Silent Hill F made me ask a question I thought I already knew the answer to. What makes Silent Hill Silent Hill? Not necessarily what makes a good one, or even a scary one, but what are the pieces that make a game feel like it belongs to the series? Because the obvious answers fall apart pretty quickly. You might say the fog makes Silent Hill. Maybe. But PT became one of the most beloved Silent Hill projects ever made, and that had barely any of the Silent Hill DNA at all. Well, the cult storyline makes it Silent Hill. Not really. Silent Hill 2 dismissed that entirely and became the game most people hold up as the series' masterpiece. Is it the town of Silent Hill then? Perhaps, but Silent Hill 4 doesn't take place in Silent Hill at all. Every time you choose a piece as the thing that defines Silent Hill, another game in the series breaks the rule, and still somehow feels like it belongs. And that is what makes Silent Hill F so difficult to place. It wears the name, but breaks all of the rules. Where some saw a fresh new direction for the series, others saw a betrayal of its legendary past. And every argument online, every disagreement over canon or combat, circled back to the same unanswered question. What makes Silent Hill Silent Hill? What are the rules? What are the absolutes? Where does flexibility end and identity break? So instead of arguing from feelings alone, I wanted to go back and measure the shape of the series, starting with the original game, then moving through the entries fans already accept as Silent Hill, looking at what each one keeps, what each one changes, and what still manages to be accepted as Silent Hill. Because Silent Hill has never been one thing, but it has had a shape. And before we can understand whether Silent Hill F belongs to it, we first need to understand what that shape is. Silent Hill released in 1999 for the PlayStation. By then, the survival horror landscape had been defined by Capcom's smash hit Resident Evil in 1996. Fixed camera angles, head-scratching puzzles, and in-your-face scares. Resident Evil was loud, thrilling, and immediate. When people spoke about horror in the new world of 3D graphics, they spoke of Resident Evil. It was the new standard that everyone else had to measure up against. But just 3 years later, Konami had released their own interpretation of what horror could be. It was nothing like Resident Evil. What could have been an easy cash-in on the wildly successful formula of gore, adrenaline, and the thrill of being hunted was instead traded for a different kind of horror. A horror that wasn't about what leapt out at you, but what you imagined was still waiting for you in the dark. A different philosophy of fear entirely. The story follows Harry Mason, a widower travelling with his adopted daughter Cheryl, who'd requested a vacation to the town of Silent Hill. The figure of a small girl on the road causes Harry to swerve and crash. And when he regains consciousness, Cheryl is gone. It's a simple beginning, but one that speaks directly to the DNA of Silent Hill. Harry Mason isn't a soldier nor an action hero. He's an ordinary person thrown into an extraordinary nightmare. A parent searching for a lost child in a town that is anything but normal. From the very first minutes, Silent Hill sets itself apart, grounding its horror not in power fantasies or action, but in vulnerability. The fog that blankets the town is the clearest expression of that design. It defines how you move, how you explore. Visibility is reduced to only a few feet, turning every street into a leap into the unknown. The town hides from you, and that concealment is its power. Originally, the fog was a technical solution, a way to mask the PlayStation's limited draw distance. What was once a limitation became an elegant solution that not only served the hardware, but also elevated the gameplay and atmosphere, while also becoming one of Silent Hill's most defining traits. Walking along the road, Harry follows what looks like Cheryl's silhouette into a narrow alleyway. And this little moment of environmental storytelling does a fantastic job of setting up the player's expectations of horror and what they can expect from the world of Silent Hill. As Harry approaches the gate, a sign reads, "Beware of dog." For many players seeking a survival horror game such as Silent Hill, they've most likely played other games in the genre, namely Resident Evil. And early on in the game, there's a fairly infamous jump scare involving a dog that jumps through the window and attacks the player. It's a show of confidence for Silent Hill to then telegraph the confrontation. It knows that you've seen that moment. It knows you're carrying that expectation with you. There's a dog ahead. Be ready. But instead of a violent attack, they find the opposite. The dog is already dead, its body torn apart in the alley. What should have been a loud, immediate scare becomes something quieter and more unsettling. This is Silent Hill's confidence on full display. It's not interested in giving you the same kind of jolt you felt before. It wants more than your heart racing for a few seconds. The silence keeps you wondering what evil could tear apart the very thing you were afraid of. If something could do this to the dog, what could it do to you? If the threat isn't here, where is it?
What is this? What's going on here?
It's a small moment, but it teaches the player something essential. Silent Hill does not always follow the rules. It doesn't always go for the easiest scare. It'll let you brace for impact and then pull the rug out from under you, replacing shock with dread. From here on, you understand that Silent Hill is less about the things that jump and the more about the things that are hidden. If we step back and look at the game as a whole, the same philosophy runs through its enemies and the way you deal with them. The creatures of Silent Hill aren't designed to be satisfying to fight. In fact, the mechanics of engaging with any threat are middling at best. It's clumsy and stiff and deliberately awkward. You have one button that swings your weapon and two to aim and fire. For melee, you've got the basics, pipe and a knife. They're both slow, with big wind-ups and big recovery times. Ranged weapons provide more breathing room, pistol, shotgun, hunting rifle. There are of course extra weapons that are reserved for New Game Plus and beyond, since they more or less destroy the grounded tone and tilt the balance in the player's favour. A chainsaw, which can be found during the first run, but cannot be refilled with gasoline until a subsequent playthrough, along with a rock drill, a hyper blaster, and a katana. What these weapons have in common, if we're excluding the bonus weapons, is that they never feel overpowering in either a gameplay and narrative sense. They're tools to get by, and less instruments for the players to master. The point is that combat isn't designed to make you feel strong. You're always at the mercy of the inhabitants of Silent Hill. Over the course of the game, Harry discovers air screamers, groaners, mumblers, puppet nurses, puppet doctors, hanged scratchers, and more. Bosses consist of Split-Head Lizard, a giant lizard, Twin Feeler, a giant larva, Float Stinger, a giant moth, Sybil, a companion under the influence of a parasite who in turn attacks Harry, and Incubus, also known as Samael, also known as God. The enemy designs rely heavily on grotesque imagery, decay, rot, insects. They all feel visually connected, as if they're all drawing from the same place. And the truth is, they are. But to understand why, well, first we need to understand the concept of the other world. So, what is the other world? In Silent Hill, we can visually tell when things sort of shift from fog world to other world. However, the term fog world isn't necessarily correct, and neither is other world if we're going by canon definitions. When describing the events of Silent Hill to Sybil, Harry says,
It's being invaded by the other world. By a world of someone's nightmarish delusions come to life.
It's not entirely wrong to call it the other world, though every character seems to have their own interpretation of what it is. Heather in Silent Hill 3 refers to it simply as a world separate from her own. Henry in Silent Hill 4 describes it as another dimension. Though explanations from official guidebooks, as well as quotes from Masahiro Ito, the monster designer and background designer for Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, and 4, and Jeremy Blaustein, an American translator that worked on Silent Hill 2, 3, and 4, give us a different idea on the physical state of the other world, or another world. Ito replied to a post on X, stating, "My insight is that Silent Hill's real world and another world exist at the same dimension." Jeremy had a similar discussion on Facebook, stating, "In the real world, there was a hospital that was dirty and not inhabited by monsters. In the other world, it was a bloody nightmare. Clear?" Silent Hill 2 gives us one of the clearest attempts at defining it. In Brookhaven Hospital, we find a doctor's journal that frames the other world not as a place at all, but as an illness, something that can live inside people. The potential for this illness exists in all people, and under the right circumstances, any man or woman would be driven, like him, to the other side. The other side perhaps may not be the best way to phrase it. After all, there is no wall between here and there. It lies on the border where reality and unreality intersect. It is a place both close and distant. It's true that to us, his imaginings are nothing but the inventions of a busy mind, but to him, there simply is no other reality. What these accounts show us is that the other world is not a separate world or a pocket dimension. There's no hard boundary between what is real and what is perceived. Instead, the nightmare exists on top of reality. Silent Hill 2 reinforces this idea with a set of notes found on a corpse. "I saw those demons. They were there, I'm certain. But my friend says he didn't see anything. If that's true, does that mean what I saw was an illusion? But whether that demon that ate human beings was real, or whether it was just some kind of hallucination that my mind dreamed up, one thing I know for sure is that I'm beyond all hope." The way the other world functions changes between Silent Hill 1 and 2, but the principle remains. What we see in-game isn't a literal invasion, as Harry Mason suggested. It's all one world, shaped differently depending on the consciousness experiencing it. And that raises an important question. If the nightmare is layered onto reality, what about the fog? Is that too part of the town, or is it also another delusion? What we do know is that Silent Hill, outside the events we play, is a functional resort town. Harry brings Cheryl there for a vacation. James and Mary honeymooned there. It's a place people choose to visit. Whether the fog persists in that neutral state, the way we see it during the game, is less clear. So the safest read is this. The fog exists, but its intensity and meaning shift. As for why the fog exists, well, narratively, the answers conflict. At this point, I'm holding 3 open questions that still need answers. 1. Why is there fog at all? Is it just lakeside weather, or is it a deliberate veil caused by the other world? 2. Why here? What anchors this phenomenon, this sickness, to the town of Silent Hill? And 3. If the other world is subjective, as Brookhaven journals suggest, visible only to the person experiencing it, how does Harry get caught up in someone else's nightmare? All 3 lead to the same place, the history of Silent Hill. Via a secret book found in Silent Hill 2, the Book of Lost Memories, we learn that before the events of the first game, the land around Toluca Lake in Portland, Maine, the place that would become Silent Hill, was revered by native tribes as sacred, the place of the silent spirits. By spirits, they mean not only their dead relatives, but also the spirits that they believed inhabited the trees, rocks, and water around them. According to legend, this was where the holiest ceremonies took place, but it was not the ancestors of those who now live in this town that first stole the land from these people. There were others who came before. In those days, this town went by another name, but that name is now hopelessly lost in the veils of time. All we know is that there was another name, and that for some reason, the town was once abandoned by its residents. Those residents didn't last. And that reason was a mysterious epidemic that struck soon after the Salem witch trials of 1692, and the area was abandoned. In the following century, the site was resettled as a penal colony named Silent Hill in 1810, giving rise to the construction of the Silent Hill Prison and Brookhaven Hospital, the latter built in direct response to the outbreak of another epidemic. 30 years later, in 1840, the prison was shuttered. In 1850, discovery of a coal field opened a mine and briefly revitalized the town. In the 1860s, with the American Civil War underway, the Toluca prison camp was constructed to hold prisoners of war, and after the war, the camp was then converted into Toluca Prison. And then, in the decade before the turn of the 20th century, organized Native American resistance came to an end, and residents of Silent Hill began to vanish under mysterious circumstances. The coal mine was closed. Toluca Prison was shuttered. The Silent Hill Historical Society rose on its former site to curate the town's dark past, and Silent Hill reinvented itself as a sightseeing destination. Tourist boats frequented through the now famous Toluca Lake, known for its natural shroud of fog, until in 1918, when the steamboat Little Baroness sank, taking all 14 lives aboard with her. Around the same time, members of the company developing Silent Hill into a resort began to disappear, one after another, under circumstances that were believed to be tied to the town's mysterious group, one that blended indigenous belief of the Native Americans with the Christian faith of newer settlers. They accepted the old claim that the land around Toluca Lake carried a real spiritual presence, one that they were intent on harnessing. And as the numbers grew, so did their influence, spreading through churches and hospitals until their ambition began to shape the town's fate. They called themselves the Order, a distorted faith with a single obsession: to manifest their God and usher in a new paradise. At its head stood Dahlia Gillespie, the Order's high priestess and de facto leader. The Order orchestrated the development committee disappearances and were responsible for the manufacturing of the illegal drug PTV. This is very important. PTV, known for its hallucinogenic properties, is cultivated from the seeds of an indigenous plant known as White Claudia that typically grows near water sources. Once harvested, it's processed into a fine white powder and sold in capsules or inhaled. With the quiet help of Dr. Michael Kaufman, the director of Alchemilla Hospital, the pipeline ran through the town's institutions themselves. As a side note, Silent Hill has 2 hospitals, Brookhaven for psychiatric patients and Alchemilla Hospital for general medicine. PTV was also fed to members of the Order, used as a tool in their attempts to contact the spirit world, as well as both the citizens and tourists of Silent Hill, an attempt to achieve assimilation to the Order's followings and teachings. The ones who refused were kidnapped and either brainwashed or used in the Order's occult rituals and blood sacrifices. One of the most important rituals, headed by Dahlia Gillespie herself, was the birth of her own daughter. Not in the most common way, but created through a magical conjuration. And as a result, Alessa Gillespie was born. From a young age, the Order's teachings were forced onto Alessa. Dahlia filled her with visions of paradise, a world without greed, hatred, illness, hunger, or age. But there was a price Alessa was too young to grasp. To reach that paradise, the world would first have to be cleansed by fire. Alessa attended Silent Hill's Midwich Elementary, where she was bullied and branded a witch by her classmates due to her developing supernatural abilities. After witnessing those powers firsthand, Dahlia became convinced her daughter was the ideal vessel, a direct conduit to the deity the Order worshipped. For years, the Order had tried and failed to bring their god into the world, using abducted girls as surrogate vessels. Only with Alessa did they become convinced the ritual would finally succeed. But as Alessa grew older, she resisted. At age 7, she rejected the Order's doctrine and refused to use her abilities for their benefit. Dahlia began to grow impatient, forcing the miracle by her own hand as she crafted a space for the ritual inside her own house. Silent Hill Origins fills in this gap, although the game itself shouldn't be taken at face value. Filled with plot holes, contrivances, and continuity errors, Sam Barlow, the director behind the game, has distanced himself from it, labeling it nothing more than fan fiction. So here, I'm treating Origins as illustrative, not authoritative, using only imagery that lines up with the first game's established lore. The details of the ritual itself are vague canonically, but Alessa did resist mid-rite, lashing out with her powers, and from this, two things happen. First, she projected an apparition of herself, an out-of-body plea for help. Second, Alessa split her soul in half. The idea was that even if the ritual to implant the Order's god took hold, gestation would stall until both halves of her soul were reunited. Alessa's resistance triggered a supernatural flame that consumed Dahlia's house, leaving Alessa with catastrophic burns to her entire body and rendering her immobile. In Origin's good ending, Travis Grady, Origin's protagonist, leaves Silent Hill as Alessa's astral projection appears, cradling the other half of her soul, now reincarnated as a newborn baby. An after-credits scene plays audio of Harry Mason and his wife.
I don't believe it. Harry, it's a baby.
It's a girl. Go on. Hold her.
Cheryl. We'll call her Cheryl.
Half the soul is lost. The seed lies dormant.
The other half is not lost. We'll use a summoning spell. Hearing her pain, it is sure to come.
It will take time.
We can wait.
Meanwhile, Alessa, now 14, was moved to a secret room inside the basement of Alchemilla Hospital shortly after the ritual performed inside Dahlia's house. The public had thought Alessa to have died in the fire, a story Kaufman engineered to conceal the Order's movements, a necessary evil in order for the manufacturing of PTV to continue. Only a handful knew the truth: Dahlia, Kaufman, and a young nurse. Alessa's body remained in unending agony for 7 years, unable to heal from her wounds due to her fractured soul. For 7 years, Dahlia continued attempts at summoning Alessa's other half back to Silent Hill, each attempt sabotaged by Alessa, refusing to undo the peace her other self was allowed to have. Eventually, the suffering was too much for Alessa to endure, and had no choice but to summon Cheryl back herself, intent on reuniting both halves and ending them, so that God could never be born. As Cheryl neared the town, God's influence grew. Coupled with Alessa's psychic power and Silent Hill's latent supernatural predisposition, the town is warped into a nightmare. The natural fog that sat over Toluca Lake began to expand, smothering the town in a thick mist. Valtiel, the angel of rebirth, is summoned, and Alessa's role as a conduit for God inadvertently causes her own visceral fears and suffering to be projected onto the town. Dogs, insects, fire, the relentless bullying at Midwich Elementary, the hospital and its caregivers, all on display for the town to see as the world peeled back into rust and rot, forcing everyone to see the world through her eyes. For the duration of the game, Harry makes his way through Silent Hill on his quest to rescue Cheryl, fighting off horrifying beasts and dredging through locations that Alessa had known all too well. Midwich Elementary, Alchemilla Hospital, and Nowhere. A raw amalgamation of the memories from the subject's subconscious that has a greater disregard for physical constraints. If the other world is a projection over reality, Nowhere is inside of the projector. Along the way, Harry meets Lisa Garland, a nurse at Alchemilla and the one tasked with tending to Alessa's wounds in the hospital's basement. To keep her quiet, Dr. Kaufman exploited her addiction, supplying a steady flow of PTV in exchange for silence and complicity. Over those 7 years, as she watched over Alessa, Lisa began to unravel, Her dependency on PTV turned into instability, enduring panic attacks and vivid hallucinations. Lisa often begged the Order to release her, but always continued in her duties tending to Alessa. The two formed a bond, Lisa becoming a beacon of light and hope amid her own suffering. When Alessa had called for Cheryl and Valtiel was summoned, Valtiel had killed Lisa's boyfriend, Matthew, and soon after, Lisa herself. Though she has no memory of this event or her time tending to Alessa, believing she had simply fallen unconscious and woken up in a deserted hospital. The Lisa Harry meets was also a figment shaped by Alessa's memories, the one figure preserved as she was because of her kindness, when everyone else prioritized the god inside her.
Save me from them.
Later on, as Harry traverses nowhere, Lisa is found in the hospital's basement as her memories began to emerge. Blood begins to seep down her face. She reaches for Harry, begging him not to leave. He stumbles backwards and bolts, and Lisa is left alone.
Lisa.
At the end of nowhere, Dahlia stands before the now reunited vessel of Alessa and Cheryl. And now that the soul is whole, God can be born. Alessa transforms into the incubator, and from here, the story branches. In the bad and bad plus endings, if you don't complete the Kaufman subplot, the incubator immediately strikes down Dahlia. Harry is then forced to destroy the incubator, and when it's over, Cheryl leaves with a final thank you as her soul dissipates into nothing. In the good and good plus endings, if you complete the Kaufman subplot, Kaufman appears and hurls a vial of Aglafotis at the incubator, forcing the deity out as the incubus, another deity Harry is then forced to destroy. As the incubus falls, the incubator reappears in Alessa's form and places a newborn in Harry's arms. A physical being containing the restored soul of Cheryl and Alessa as one. With the last of her strength, the incubator opens a portal at the edge of town. Kaufman tries to flee through it, but Lisa returns, exacting her revenge for years of blackmail and secrecy, dragging him back into the dark. Harry and Sybil step through into the night beyond Silent Hill, Harry cradling his daughter reborn. With the story and history of Silent Hill now laid out, this becomes our compass. From here, we'll gauge the later iterations, ultimately Silent Hill F, against this shape and see if they read as authentic. This isn't a demand for a retread. A game doesn't need to repeat or expand the narrative or structure to belong. What I'm looking at are all the individual parts, gameplay, canon, atmosphere, and its identity as survival horror. We're not searching for identifiers to locate a twin, but rather a sibling that carries the blood of the series, even if it grows in a different direction. Now that we know the shape of Silent Hill, we'll be looking for the family resemblance, what is considered Silent Hill. With a few key exceptions, Silent Hill functions like an anthology. Different stories, different psyches, but always a focus on psychological horror. There is a direct lineage though. Origins leads into Silent Hill 1, and Silent Hill 3 picks up that thread 17 years later. The rest, 2, 4, Shattered Memories, Homecoming, Downpour, and Silent Hill F, all break away from the cult storyline, and even the town of Silent Hill itself. The internet has argued for decades about each game's quality, intent, and canon, but until Silent Hill F, the debate rarely asked the harsher question, does it count as Silent Hill? What is it about F that splits the room? The world beyond Silent Hill has been explored before. Female protagonists are nothing new to the series. And despite the popular opinion that Silent Hill has never been combat focused, combat has always been half the loop. I believe the fault lies deeper. There's a philosophical paradox known as the ship of Theseus, asking the question, at what point, if any, does a person cease to be the same person if their biological parts are replaced with artificial ones? Is the continuity of a person tied to their physical body? If so, at what point does the continuity cease?
Think of the identity of Silent Hill like a boat. If we were to replace the planks one by one, the story, the cult, the rules of the world, at what point does that boat stop being Silent Hill?
We can turn the discussion upside down and look at the inverse, or the Sorites problem. How many grains of sand is needed to make a heap? Or a better example, how many grains of Silent Hill do you need to make a Silent Hill game?
That is the paradox the internet is wrestling with. If a game preserves the spirit but trades out several signatures, is it Silent Hill? If a game keeps the signatures but loses its soul, is it Silent Hill? Rules without soul are a checklist. Soul without rules is drift. Our work here is to tell the difference.
So before we reach Silent Hill F, we're going to test the ship on the entries the fans already accept. If the strict rubric breaks them, then we're not judging the games, we're testing the validity of the rubric. Either way, we'll know what truly carries the blood. For each entry, I'll tag each pillar in one of three ways. Direct hit, the game clearly carries it. Variant, it bends or reinterprets it. Or off-model, it contradicts or ignores it. The pillars we'll be analysing are, first, the inclusion of the town of Silent Hill. The fog, a system that gates sight, shapes movement, and has a reason to exist in-world. The walk, overworld and level flow, blocked routes, map marks, traversal as tension. Sound design, audio that leads dread, and the inclusion of composer Akira Yamaoka. The other world, the way the nightmare projects over reality. Authorship, whose psyche is dictating the space, and how clearly the world maps to that mind. Personal space, the familiar made dangerous for a reason. Monster design, not just for the sake of horror, but designed around the psyche. Fragility, and how well the person is equipped, both narratively and gameplay-wise, to deal with the situation. Puzzle design. Nowhere, a finale where geography begins to break. And the ending, and what it invites on return. Direct hits are worth 2 points, variables are worth 1, and off models earn a 0. If a pillar changes mid-game, we'll score by the dominant experience or most time played. If a game offers multiple viable readings, then we'll pick the one best supported in text, either through notes or systems. We'll watch where the needle jumps, where it wobbles, and where it drops. So when we finally turn to Silent Hill F, we'll be tracking the family resemblance. Often considered the golden child of the series, Silent Hill 2 doubled down on what made the original iconic, while quietly shifting the core of the series from survival horror to psychological horror. We follow James Sunderland, a man who returns to Silent Hill after receiving a letter from his wife, Mary, who's been dead for 3 years.
We all know the story of Silent Hill 2, so I won't worry with re-explaining. But from here on out, assume full spoilers for every Silent Hill game.
Let's begin by examining the pillars. Silent Hill 2 takes place inside Silent Hill for its first direct hit.
The walk, with the gameplay largely the same as the first game, direct hit.
The fog blanketing the area is still present and more oppressive than ever. Taking place an undisclosed amount of time after Silent Hill 1, the boundary between dreams and reality has only intensified. Sightlines persist to only a few meters ahead, causing even just a walk across the road to turn into a system of guesswork and preemptive movement. Navigation becomes its own satisfying loop. Move, stop, listen, check the map for progress, and adjust.
In my opinion, Silent Hill 2's fog is the most refined, most on-brand implementation. No notes. Direct hit.
Akira Yamaoka returns to produce the soundtrack, and it's impossible to overstate how good this is. The soundtrack feels like an evolution of the original soundscape. Silent Hill 1's abrasive, metallic loops are still here, but Silent Hill 2 widens the dynamic range, building peaks and valleys so the most emotional moments arrive with a more melancholic tone. The familiar guitar drives and piano motifs give shape to that sadness, without diminishing the horror that the original had so effortlessly established. There are so many standouts, it's hard to choose a favourite. Theme of Laura gives the game its momentum without letting go of that sadness. While Black Fairy crawls under your skin and stays there. Track to track, the score knows when to press and when to breathe.
It's a masterclass in restraint. Music that supports the game's psychology rather than smothering it.
Outside the score, the radio makes a return, alerting the player of enemies before they can be seen. It's a mechanic I've always appreciated in Silent Hill. It trades cheap jump scares for sustained tension. You can still get blindsided, sure, but knowing something's out there causes your engagement to change. You slow down, reroute, and ready a swing, or just simply avoid. Direct hit. The Otherworld, as a core component of Silent Hill's identity and narrative, returns here. However, it functions differently than how it did in the original. In Silent Hill 1, the Otherworld worked as a town-wide projection of Alessa's nightmare. Everyone walks through her personal nightmare. But since the years of those events, Alessa's powers have subsided, leaving a residue on the town, allowing occupants of Silent Hill that harbour an unresolved grief, feelings of guilt, or other extreme emotions to manifest their own localized version of the Otherworld onto the environment.
Authored by the individual, each person exists in the same space, yet views entirely different realities.
However, as a side note, there is evidence that perspectives can overlap if in close enough proximity to each other, such as when James witnesses Laura's burning staircase. James, Eddie, Angela, and to an extent Laura, each experience their own variation of the Otherworld. While Alessa's Otherworld reflected rot and rust, James's refusal to acknowledge Mary's death by his own hands creates a world of neglect and decay. Angela Orozco, tormented by the abuse at the hands of her father and brother, finds herself surrounded by a world of fire and flesh, while Eddie Dombrowski's Otherworld adopts elements of the cold and meat, signifying Eddie's escalation of murder from animals to humans, and his shift in perspective in viewing people as nothing more than meat. Laura, an 8-year-old, on the other hand, doesn't have the same darkness in her heart as opposed to the others. According to Masahiro Ito, Laura can see the fog and Otherworld, but can't see any creatures. It's up to interpretation what Laura's Otherworld consists of, but Laura's carefree and childlike demeanor throughout the game suggests how dangerous the town is to her, in that it isn't. Otherworld also scores a direct hit for 2 points, due to the inclusion in the game as a core mechanic. However, authorship scores a variance 1 point, due to the narrative change from one unifying projection to localized per-psyche overlays. Personal space scores 2 points. I was tempted to score this as a variant, but let me explain. Some of the Fogworld locations, Woodside/Blue Creek Apartments and Toluca Prison, aren't geographically significant in the way Silent Hill 1's school and hospital were to Alessa, but the contents of these spaces tie back to James strongly enough that they read as personal. The Woodside Apartments features the rooms 201 and 208, both which are replicas of James and Mary's real-life apartment. James's father, Frank Sunderland, as we learn in Silent Hill 4, is the superintendent of the building housing Henry's apartment, South Ashfield Heights. It's never confirmed, but it's plausible James and Mary also lived in an apartment in Ashfield, a half-day drive from Silent Hill. Brookhaven Hospital features the cleanest parallels, considering Mary's terminal illness. As I mentioned before, Toluca Prison isn't biographically significant, but the descent from the historical society into the prison and then the labyrinth does read as a turn inward, the point where James finally reaches the root of his refusal to acknowledge what he's done. By the time he meets the two pyramid heads, the symbolism is clear. They embody the punishment he believes he deserves for the deaths on his hands, Mary and Eddie, and they force him to reconcile with the truth. What James did wasn't a mercy, but a murder. The Lakeview Hotel, Silent Hill 2's final location, is the most significant place to James. Before Mary fell ill, they honeymooned here, their special place. When James first arrives, it's pristine, exactly as he remembers it, unaware that he is currently in the Lakeview Hotel's otherworld. After James watches the tape, the moment he takes out all of his frustration, all of his hate, all of his sadness on Mary, the illusion collapses and we see the real Lakeview Hotel. Waterlogged, burnt, and lifeless. What remained intact wasn't the hotel. It was the story that James had told himself. The moment he lets that go, the hotel becomes what it's always been. Lakeview Hotel and Brookhaven Hospital are undeniably personal spaces, with the outliers, Woodside Apartments and the Historical Society turning inwards towards James's psyche, still reading as authored by James.
With all four reading as personal spaces turned hostile, I'm satisfied with this pillar earning a full 2 points for a direct hit.
As for the monsters that occupy these spaces, they're anything but generic. For James, the designs are built out of denial, punishment, illness, and sexual guilt. The lying figures that occupy the town move like bodies bound in a straitjacket, spitting bile if James comes too close, constriction, and sickness. The mannequins, 2 pairs of legs fused together, lust with the person stripped away. The bubblehead nurses, sexualizing care and sickness, remembering the body, but never the face. Fleshlip, one of the game's few boss fights, is the cleanest parallel to Mary, suspended in a bed frame with a mouth that taunts and pleads, suffocation from a sickness she can't escape. Mandarins are found below ground, hanging from mesh grating, symbolizing James's need for escape and never permitted to stand above ground. Abstract Daddy, fought deep inside the labyrinth, isn't James's monster, but Angela's. However, the shape of the monster changes depending on the person. Per Masahiro Ito, only Angela knows what she sees, her abstract daddy. James, players, and I can't see what she sees. We are on the James's side. And who can say the abstract daddy which James sees is the same as hers? As for what James sees, abstract daddy resembles 2 figures trapped inside a bed of stretched flesh, a manifestation of the trauma she received at the hands of her father and brother. Perhaps the most iconic of the monsters is the personification of the guilt that James carries with him in the form of Pyramid Head, or Red Pyramid Thing. Acting as a pressure against James's delusions, he stalks with the single purpose of pushing James towards the truth of what he did.
There's a real debate about whether Pyramid Head's design is exclusive to James. Some say that any appearance outside Silent Hill 2 is sacrilege. Others point to the town's history.
In the Historical Society, James finds the painting Misty Day Remains of the Judgment, an artist's abstract depiction of an old execution with a figure that looks unmistakably like Pyramid Head. What's been passed down through time as a legend of old, of the town's obsession with ritual executions, the design of the executioner could likely trace back to the photograph Crimson and White Banquet for the Gods, depicting 2 executioners, one with a hood that bears a striking resemblance to the executioner in Misty Day, albeit with an artist's flair. Canonically, it can make sense for Pyramid Head to appear to other people, but given the circumstances of why Pyramid Head appears to James under these circumstances,
It would be a stretch to reasonably justify his appearance anywhere other than James's story. But I digress. Monster Design scores a fully deserving 2 points. James is an ordinary man with no combat experience. Following Harry Mason's blueprint, every swing has wind-up and recovery. Guns take time to reload. Item placement is more generous than in the first game, and once you learn the timings, lesser enemies can be stun-locked. Combat feels like it takes a back seat so the story can drive. A lot of encounters can be avoided entirely, so long as you don't drift too close. And even when you do, disengaging and running is almost always on the table. Toolkit this time around is still grounded. Pipe, handgun, shotgun, rifle, and the great knife, Pyramid Head's signature weapon. In the original, it was a usable, yet entirely cumbersome, weapon you could use. In the remake, it's repositioned into a story sequence, preserving the symbolism without letting it flatten the power curve. Fragility earns a full 2 points. On the puzzle side of things, clues live in poems, plaques, and notes. Solutions are earned through exploration and leave little room for guesswork. Depending on your difficulty level, the easier puzzles pretty much solve themselves, except for the gallows, in which a solution is randomized, and the player must judge which of the 6 criminals committed a justified crime. Pick the wrong lever and you'll be sent to a combat arena before you can try again. Puzzle design also scores a full 2 points for a direct hit. Unlike Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 2 does not feature a nowhere-style segment, where the rules of reality begin to destabilize into a stitched-together maze of memories, and the protagonist is forced through an otherworld amalgamation of memories and trauma that the player must traverse. The closest comparison would be the labyrinth under the Historical Society, but even then, the interior isn't based on James's psyche, nor does it take place just before the end, resulting in Silent Hill 2's first off model for 0 points. Following James's exit from Lakeview Hotel, the game then splits into 5 endings, or 7 in the director's cut. Depending on your actions through the game, how often you checked Mary's photo and letter, how you treat Maria, whether you linger in low health, you'll land in one of the 5 endings that reflect your decision. Leave is acceptance. James faces what he did and steps out of Silent Hill with Laura. In water is surrender. He gives in to the guilt and drives the car with Mary inside into Toluca Lake. Maria is denial. He chooses the replacement and the cycle resets. Rebirth is obsession. Occult items in hand, James turns to resurrection instead of responsibility. Dog reveals a Sheba in the secret control room, pulling the strings behind Silent Hill all along. And UFO sees James come into contact with Harry Mason from Silent Hill 1, now working together with the aliens to abduct James. While in the Silent Hill 2 remake, James comes to find his former PlayStation 2 self working with the aliens. New Game Plus runs offer both the chainsaw and hyperspray, a can of unknown ingredients that changes depending on your score. With a plethora of multiple and meaningful endings and New Game Plus rewards, the end earns a direct hit for 2 points. Silent Hill 2 is a sequel that doesn't just continue the line. It tilts the axis in the most profound way, reinterpreting the soul of Silent Hill and proving the world can live beyond its history while still acknowledging its roots. Where Silent Hill 1 externalized horror through Alessa and the cult, Silent Hill 2 internalizes it. That shift could have broken the series, but it doesn't. Instead, the decision only elevates Silent Hill into a psychological horror for the ages. It's a sequel that does what great sequels do. It preserves the core experience, narrows the focus, and finds a new way to hurt, trading external rituals for internal trauma, and in doing so, set a brand new template for what a lot of people now recognize as Silent Hill. With a total of 10 direct hits,
1 variant, and 1 off-model, Silent Hill 2 scores a 21 out of 24, an 87.5% family resemblance, a title that by all accounts can be called a Silent Hill game. Silent Hill 3, released in 2003, almost wasn't. Following the release of Silent Hill 2, Konami steered Team Silent toward development of an arcade-style rail shooter, a spin-off pitched after Silent Hill 2's slower sales in Japan, and criticism that it didn't continue the first game's plot. Still burdened with delivering a game on time, the game was scrapped, most of the year's work was tossed, and the Silent Hill 3 as we know it, a direct follow-up to Silent Hill 1, was then built from scratch in under 9 months. We follow Heather, a teenager just trying to get home before fate intervenes, and Heather is thrown back into the past she tried so hard to forget. Just like before, full spoilers for the game as we work through the core pillars that make Silent Hill, Silent Hill. Starting with the town, Silent Hill 3 opens somewhere completely different. For the first time, we don't begin in Silent Hill at all, but in the Central Square shopping centre, if we're not counting the opening nightmare. Heather/Cheryl/Alessa rings her dad, Harry Mason from Silent Hill 1, to say that she's coming home. And before she can leave, Douglas Cartland, a private detective, steps in wanting to talk about her birth. Heather slips away as the mall begins to shift, transforming into the familiar blood, rust, and rot of Alessa's nightmare. From there, it's a long detour. Subway, underpass, construction site, Hilltop Centre, Daisy Villa Apartments, and only then the drive out to South Vale Silent Hill, checking in at Jack's Inn, room 106.
For the town pillar, this lands as a variant.
Silent Hill is included and fully playable, but of roughly 11 major locations, only a handful sit inside the town, with most of the game unfolding in Silent Hill's orbit rather than in its streets. The fog is, of course, present once you reach the town, and it behaves exactly as it did in Silent Hill 1 and 2.
I debated scoring this as a variant because the fog covers less than half of the game's total playtime. But that early stretch at the start doesn't actually feature an overworld for the fog to exist.
It's a straight run from point A to point B through enclosed spaces, where just like the other games, is occupied by darkness instead. Once the game opens up in Silent Hill properly, the fog returns to doing what it's always done. On that basis, it reads as a direct hit. Level design is back and familiar as ever. Locked doors, blocked paths, and a handy map to guide you through the levels and their otherworld variants. Enter a level, explore and find clues, solve puzzles, kill enemies, transform to otherworld, boss, return to normal. Direct hit. Akira Yamaoka returns with a score that blends the familiar mechanical groans and metallic dread with a rock-leaning, angsty teenage edge that perfectly fits the character of Heather. Vocals are also introduced for the first time in the series, accompanying one of my absolute favourite songs in the series, You're Not Here.
So now what should I do? I'm strung out, addicted to you.
The entire OST is unapologetically Silent Hill, but personalised, swinging even further into its horror roots with melodies that completely embody both rage and noise. Sound design follows the same philosophy as 1 and 2. The radio returns to warn Heather to nearby enemies before they can be seen. 2 points for a deserving direct hit. The otherworld is present throughout Heather's journey, transforming not only Silent Hill, but the world outside. Beginning in the Central Square shopping centre, monsters appear as Heather traverses the employee area and eventually comes into contact with Claudia Wolf, Silent Hill 3's main antagonist. After the events of Silent Hill, when Cheryl and Alessa were reborn as Heather, the god inside her was reborn as well, sleeping for 17 years. Heather has no memory or recollection of her past life and its power, and it isn't till Claudia appears that the other world begins to appear, as the pieces of the past begin to align.
Alessa was able to manifest the other world over Silent Hill, and Heather carries that same capacity.
Claudia's appearance at the mall acts as a trigger, combining the powers of Heather and the god inside, as the environment begins to shift. Valtiel is once again visible, acting as Heather's guardian angel, protecting the god inside her. Once the elevator stops, the world begins to turn, and the visual design of Alessa's nightmare continues over the course of the game, becoming more intense as Heather gets closer to Silent Hill and ultimately the cult. For not only revisiting the same aesthetic and world design as Silent Hill 1, but elevating it, Silent Hill 3 earns a full 2 points for both Otherworld and authorship. Personal Space, on the other hand, lands as a variant. Most of the game takes place outside of Silent Hill, and the only place that truly belongs to Heather is Daisy Villa Apartments, where she finds Harry. Once you reach Silent Hill, the story then diverts to Alessa's legacy rather than Heather's. It's a shame that Alchemilla Hospital isn't included in Silent Hill 3, given how tightly it ties to her past. Though I'd chalk this up to a byproduct of the time crunch, since a lot of assets present in 3 originated from SH2. Heaven's Night returns, and Brookhaven Hospital is reused, the same hospital James explored earlier.
The monsters present in these locations, however, take an interesting turn in design.
There's a few interpretations that work in parallel in terms of the design. On one hand, we have the inspiration of Alessa's trauma birthing monsters like in Silent Hill 1. On the other hand, the game offers a new perspective on what these monsters exactly are. Take the missionary. He shows up as a boss on the roof of Daisy Villa right after murdering Harry Mason. What's interesting is that he isn't just a figure of Alessa's nightmare, but a member of the cult serving under Claudia, twisted by her dark influence and power. Heather sees a creature and fights a creature, but under that shape is a human being. The same goes for Leonard Wolf in Brookhaven's Otherworld. Claudia Wolf's father, a person with a name and a past, now twisted by their own actions until he no longer reads as human. This theory is then evidenced by Vincent Smith, a priest for the Order who acts independently of Claudia. During a conversation with Heather, Vincent asks her,
They look like monsters to you?
To this day, Vincent's line has continued to cause debate as to whether he was telling the truth, or if he was just trying to rattle Heather. I think both readings have merit.
On the one hand, we have direct evidence of real people presenting as monsters, and it makes sense that Heather would filter what she sees. James does the same when he witnesses Angela's trauma in the Abstract Daddy encounter. He sees a form, but not necessarily her form, though that doesn't mean every enemy in Heather's path is secretly a civilian. If we were to take Vincent literally, Heather would be leaving a trail of bodies across a public mall, a subway, a construction site, dozens dead, and the world would notice. We've seen Silent Hill handle human violence in Silent Hill 4. Walter Sullivan, an infamous serial killer, leaves 19 bodies in his wake, is then captured, tried, and convicted by the law. Heather never becomes a headline. Taking Vincent at his word would mean to consider that every doublehead, every pendulum, slurper, and insane cancer is a real person that chooses of their own volition to not just engage with Heather, but approach a violent killer. It's just simply too much to disregard as suspension of disbelief considering the outcome. The world just isn't built to support that theory. There's a line from Jacob's Ladder, a huge influence on Team Silent and a favourite of Masahiro Ito, that echoes the game's design philosophy. If you're frightened of dying and you're holding on, you'll see devils tearing your life away. But if you've made your peace, then the devils are really angels, freeing you from the earth. What you bring to the town decides what you see. Beauty and horror both live in the eye of the beholder. Vincent doesn't see what Heather sees. He follows a holy purpose and worships the church. His lens would naturally soften or sanctify things Heather would otherwise read as predatory. As for what Heather sees, her story is about the birth inside her and the girl trying not to be defined by it. Motherhood, adolescence, identity. Heather's a teenager who doesn't want to be Alessa's second life, who doesn't want an imposed destiny, and who refuses to be a vessel. The unwanted child is literal and symbolic. She carries God, and she carries the weight of a past she didn't choose. When she uses the aglaophotis hidden in her necklace, a red pill given to her by her father, to purge that fate, it's an act of rejection and self-definition. At its core, Silent Hill 3 is rebellion. Rebellion against a role she was born into. Rebellion against being turned into a mother for someone else's paradise. Rebellion against attention and control that erases her individuality.
But the monsters, unfortunately, don't carry all that weight.
Due to the game's rush development, several monsters have been confirmed by Masahiro Ito to lack a meaningful connection to Heather, and are here to simply be things to fight, such as numb bodies and pendulums. Nurses return from Silent Hill 2, and mandarins reappear, now referred to as closers. Both here because the assets already existed, and Ito felt the mandarin's design was underused, not because they naturally belonged to Heather's story. Doubleheads tie back to Alessa's fear of dogs. Insane cancers mirror the fetus growing inside her, likening it to a cancer. Scrapers resemble Heather's encounter with the missionary, reminding her of her father's murder. Slurpers move like predatory men, prowling nearby as they push Heather to the ground and climb on top of her. And Splitworm, which isn't exactly subtle.
It's a mixed bag, and it's hard to fault the team knowing that the game came together in 9 months.
The designs aren't bad on their own, but stacked against other Silent Hill entries, where a single creature can tell a story without saying a word, they just don't land in the same league. For monster design, Silent Hill 3 earns a variant. Gameplay, on the other hand, is instantly familiar. You've got the all-reliable steel pipe, knife, handgun, shotgun, and Silent Hill 1's katana returns, this time available on the first run. Newcomers round out the roster, the submachine gun and the mole. If it feels like Heather has more at her disposal, that's because she does, and the game responds accordingly. Silent Hill 3 turns up the difficulty significantly. Enemies that hit harder, come in greater numbers, and behave more unpredictably. For example, nurses now carry revolvers, which changes the encounter entirely. The balance isn't as finely tuned as before. Ammo feels plentiful through the first half, and thins out to scraps by the end. While there are plenty of quiet moments where the horror truly shines, the heavier lean into action is more visible, at times threatening the survival horror restraint of the first 2 games. It still feels undoubtedly like Silent Hill, but the action takes more of a center focus, and you can feel it. That isn't to say the shift is a bad one. Silent Hill 2 released to mixed reviews, stating the game was not scary or too easy, and its tilt towards psychological horror over straight survival wasn't as universally praised as it is today. Whether or not Silent Hill 3 is an overcorrection in the other direction, the moment-to-moment gameplay is the most kinetic, and in my opinion, the most fun to play. For the fragility pillar, Silent Hill 3 lands as a variant. Puzzle design in Silent Hill 3 comes in 3 familiar difficulties: easy, normal, and hard. But calling the top tier hard feels misleading. It should really read, only pick this if you were alive in the 1500s and on speaking terms with Shakespeare. The bookstore's Shakespeare anthology puzzle is infamous, and honestly one of the most stressful moments of the game. To put this in perspective, on easy difficulty, the puzzle consists of picking up some books and putting them back on the shelf, revealing a 4-digit code needed to continue. On normal difficulty, you find a memo that tells you to place the volumes out of order. Do that, and the spine numbers line up and reveal a code. On hard difficulty, actually, I'll present it like the game does and let you try to solve it. You find 5 anthologies labelled 1 to 5, each referencing a different Shakespeare play. Nearby is a memo that states, "In here is a tragedy, art thou player or audience? Be as it may, the end doth remain. All go on only toward death." The first words at thy left hand, a false lunacy, a madly dancing man, hearing unhearable words, drawn to a beloved's grave, and there, mayhap, true madness at last. As did this one, playing at death, find true death at the last. Killing a nameless lover, she pierced a heart rent by sorrow. Doth lie invite truth? Doth verity but wear the mask of falsehood? Ah, thou pitiful, thou miserable ones. Still amidst lies, through the end cometh not. Wherefore yearn for death? Wilt thou attend to thy beloved? Truth and lies, life and death, a game of turning white to black and black to white. Is not a silence brimming with love more precious than flattery? A peaceful slumber preferred to a throne besmirched with blood? One vengeful man spilled blood for 2, 2 youths shed tears for 3. 3 witches disappeared thusly, and only the 4 keys remain. Ah, but verily, in here is a tragedy. Art thou player or audience? There is nothing which cannot become a puppet of fate or an onlooker peering into the cage. I'll give you 1 second to pause the video if you want to try and solve it yourself. Okay, here's the answer. Disregard the first paragraph of the memo and focus on the line, "The first words at thy left hand," which tells you the book should be arranged from left to right. From there, you match each verse to a Shakespeare tale. The problem is, verses 3 and 4 are incredibly vague and could apply to multiple plays. The answer is verse 1 is Hamlet, Anthology 4. Verse 2 is Romeo and Juliet, Anthology 1. Verse 3 is Macbeth, Anthology 3. Verse 4 is Othello, Anthology 5. And verse 5 is King Lear, Anthology 2, giving us the code 41352. But that isn't correct. The following verses then instruct how to interpret that code. 1 vengeful man spilled blood for 2. Vengeful man is Hamlet, and spilled blood for 2, meaning the book's number has to be multiplied by 2. 4 times 2 is now 8. 2 youths shed tears for 3. Romeo and Juliet, Anthology 1. Shed tears for 3 means multiplying the book's number by 3. 1 times 3 is now 3. 3 witches disappeared thusly, and only the 4 keys remain. 3 witches appear in Macbeth, so this applies to Anthology 3. 3 witches disappeared, meaning that the number taken from this anthology disappears, leaving us with the final correct code 8352. This is the first puzzle about 15 minutes into the first level, and I don't like it. Not because it's clever, it is, but because it demands external knowledge. If you don't walk in with an understanding of Shakespeare, this stops being a riddle and becomes a literature quiz. The good news is Silent Hill 3 isn't all unfair puzzles. The crematorium puzzle also features a memo that needs to be deciphered. Even so, no outside knowledge is required. It's satisfying, it works, and is always a welcome break from the action. Direct hit for 2 points. Toward the end, as Heather moves through the chapel, the other world starts to warp into nowhere, as reality breaks down and what's left is memory. Heather wanders through rooms that are personal to both herself and Alessa, including Midwich Elementary, Alchemilla Hospital, and Alessa's bedroom. It's the same architecture from the first game's Nowhere, and rightfully so, since the memories are coming from the same soul. Seeing these spaces again at higher fidelity is fantastic, and the entire section itself is incredibly unsettling, filled with blood and rust and enemies around every corner. Direct hit for 2 points. Falling on the shorter side, Silent Hill 3 can be finished in about a good 5 to 6 hours. Claudia kills Vincent, Heather vomits God, Claudia swallows God, Heather kills God, and then the canon ending plays. Heather and Douglas make it out alive. and she chooses to keep the name her father gave her, Cheryl. Following the ending, New Game Plus mode begins, and with it comes, in my opinion, the absolute best unlockable content in the series. Extreme Action Mode opens at ×1 and climbs to ×10 with each subsequent completion. Bullet Adjust lets you tune ammo drops, and a life meter can now be toggled to watch exactly how much damage each hit deals. 6 new weapons unlock based on how you played. Finishing the final boss with melee unlocks the unlimited submachine gun. Leaning into melee overall earns the beam saber, or a lightsaber. Favor firearms across the playthrough instead, and you'll pick up an infinite flamethrower. A secret can also be found in a new game run, where you can discover a princess who will reward you with the gold and silver pipes. Same damage as the pipe, just shinier. Killing 333 enemies unlocks the Heather Beam, a mind control weapon that allows Heather to shoot magic beams directly out of her eyes. Cosmetics also unlock as the extra costume options also becomes available, featuring 26 unlockable costumes via codes hidden across replays. The standout being the Transform costume, a nod to Sailor Moon that turns Heather into Princess Heart. Equip it, and Heather Beam upgrades into the series' most broken toy, the Sexy Beam. There are also 2 extra endings on top. Possessed triggers if you accumulate 4,000 points, roughly 200 kills, 1,000 damage taken, and forgiving the woman in the confessional, ending on a darker note as Heather stands over Douglas's body with a knife. Revenge sees the return of Silent Hill's famous UFO ending. If Heather kills 31 enemies with the Heather Beam before reaching the apartment, Heather opens the door to find Harry alive having tea with an alien while James Sunderland watches on, as aliens then travel to Silent Hill and obliterate the town. For Silent Hill 3's inclusion of multiple endings, as well as an insane amount of New Game Plus incentives that meaningfully change how you play the game, Silent Hill 3 earns a well-deserved 2 points. The continuation of the cult storyline and the story of Cheryl was never the original idea, more so something the fans themselves had clamored for. With a change of direction, an entirely new narrative, and only 9 months to develop the entire game, what Team Silent were able to achieve was nothing short of a miracle. Where Silent Hill 2 narrowed the focus to an internal horror, Silent Hill 3 widened the frame again and pushed for a faster pace, more enemies, and louder pressure. It's angrier, faster, and far less interested in the subtle approach its predecessor had masterfully handled.
As a sequel, Silent Hill 3 does a lot of things right, even if it was never the developer's intention to do so.
It takes a different approach, and it works well in what it does, and it's by all accounts an absolutely classic Silent Hill experience. With a total of 8 direct hits and 4 variants, Silent Hill 3 scores a 20 out of 24, an 83.3% family resemblance. Often called the black sheep of the family, Silent Hill 4: The Room is the biggest departure the series had ever seen. Please forgive me, I don't have a Silent Hill 4 shirt, so we have Pyramid Head. Also, I got a haircut. This video is taking a lot longer than I thought. But anyways, after the release of Silent Hill 2, Team Silent worked on 2 parallel projects, one being Silent Hill 3, and the other being a concept titled Room 302. Masashi Tsuboyama and Akira Yamaoka described it as a spin-off in spirit, born from Silent Hill, but tasked first and foremost with being different. Midway through development, it was folded into the Silent Hill franchise and shipped in 2004, just a year after Silent Hill 3, Team Silent's last entry before the handoff to Western Studios. The reception was split, with some ideas drawing glowing praise and considered a step forward for the series, while others caused fans to question whether this was a Silent Hill title at all. It was experimental, clunky, and in equal measure, a brave expedition into new territory that tries to leave its history behind, even if it means becoming something else entirely. The game opens on Henry Townsend, a quiet shut-in living in room 302 of South Ashfield Heights, a neighbouring city a few hours from Silent Hill. For the first time in the series, you begin in first person. Henry can walk around the apartment, check the peephole, look out the window, and quickly realize there's no way out. After 5 days, a strange hole then appears in Henry's bathroom, leading him further down the rabbit hole. Let's start with the town. For the entire game, you never set foot in the streets of Silent Hill. But that isn't to say its effect can't be felt, even from a distance. Henry's real world is Room 302 itself, a kind of hub world that you return to after each excursion into the dream worlds, worlds based entirely upon a memory, distorted by time and emotion. Subway World comes first, a mirror of South Ashfield Station you can see from the apartment window. Henry descends the escalator and explores the dark and dilapidated space, running into Cynthia Velasquez and a pack of sniffer dogs before quickly returning back to the apartment. You return not long after 2 more times as the environments become dirtier, covered with grime and blood. There isn't really much to say about this place, other than Silent Hill 3 had done its opening subway level better. Cynthia dies at the end of the level after being attacked by an unknown person, and Henry returns to the apartment. Forest World is next, taking place in the woods outside Silent Hill, the very same from Silent Hill 2. It's here where Henry meets Jasper and discovers the Silent Hill Smile Support Society's Wish House. Also known as Hope House, the building exists as a charity for children without homes. In reality, Wish House is an orphanage run by the Order, intending to raise the children inside the cult's doctrine. Its location within Silent Hill is intentional, keeping the citizens of Silent Hill away from their actions. An article can be found in Silent Hill 3, written by reporter Joseph Schreiber, that details his investigation into Wish House, an orphanage on the outskirts of Silent Hill, but behind its false image is a place where children are kidnapped and brainwashed. Hope House is managed by the Silent Hill Smile Support Society, a charity organization sometimes called 4S. It's true that 4S is a well-respected charity that takes in poor children without homes and raises them with hope. But at its heart, it is a heathen organization that teaches its own warped dogma in lieu of good religion values. During my investigations, I was able to discover, however, a suspicious-looking round concrete tower which appears to be part of their facilities. Unfortunately, no one was willing to tell us what the tower was used for, but it seems unlikely that it has anything to do with their business of raising orphans. It may in fact be a prison or a secret place of worship. The cult religion that operates Hope House is known by the locals simply as the Order. It's a religion that is deeply interwoven with Silent Hill's history, but its worshippers' fervent belief that they are among the elite chosen people has a dark and dangerous side. I intend to continue my investigation of Hope House and the cult behind it. I've always believed that telling the truth and showing the children the true path is our most important duty. Water Prison World sits just past Wish House on the edge of Toluca Lake. Disguised as a decommissioned water treatment plant, the Panopticon has since been adapted to the needs of the Order, using the facilities as an extension of Wish House, taking advantage of its unique structure to dispose of corpses through the holes in the floor, as well as to hold children within as a form of severe punishment for disobedience. Building World sees us return to the city of Ashfield, albeit drained of its people and purpose. The city's more human elements have been stripped away, leaving Henry in a maze of concrete and darkness, where nothing really makes sense. Cars are packed on rooftops, stairs lead to vertical drops, and the whole place is firmly in unreality. Like Subway World, it does its job well of selling the idea that we're walking through an amalgamation of memories rather than the places themselves. But outside of a few neat touches, the level itself feels flat, functional more than inspired, and overall, for lack of a better word, boring. Apartment World acts as a dream world counterpart to Henry's own apartment building, South Ashfield Heights. It's the closest Silent Hill 4 gets to the classic Silent Hill Otherworld. Layout-wise, its hallways, locked rooms, and interiors are filled with memos and keys, causing Henry to backtrack across the complex as enemies force you to keep moving and never stay in one place too long. The strength here isn't in its novelty. Apartments aren't anything new for the series. but context. Walter's footprint in the mythos of Silent Hill and his orbit around both new and recurring characters gives the space more purpose than some earlier worlds. On the other hand, the pacing of the area due to the constant presence of enemies inside flattens the mood into a sort of attrition, nudging the player to sprint from memo to memo instead of taking a moment to breathe and understand the unfolding narrative. The last of the dream worlds is Hospital World, an alternate version of St. Jerome Hospital in Ashfield City. Henry wakes up to a close encounter before running out of the room, as he begins to explore the abandoned hospital. There's a lot to love about this space, with equal measure to both dislike it. Hospital World features some of the game's most unnerving psychological horror in its imagery, with the world's event rooms elevating the level to one of my favourite in the game. The location of these rooms is randomized on each playthrough, causing the player to stumble into each room unaware of what it contains. Eileen's giant head stands as the most unnerving experience in the game, staring at Henry and heavily breathing until he leaves. Static experiences like the hanging body and rooms filled with unexplained medical equipment elevate the level of horror and provide thought for dissection into its subtext. Experiences which I wish were more present throughout the entire game. The problem is how often those highs get stepped on. Enemy pressure and strange attempts at unnerving push the mood from dread to annoyance. When Hospital World lets its imagery sit in your mind, you can feel the vision behind the developers wanting a change in Silent Hill, while keeping its spirit intact. It's when you step outside the room and the game insists on a constant pressure that feels like it's trying to be scary rather than just is, that the ideas get buried under the noise. For the town pillar, Silent Hill 4 takes its first off-model for 0 points, since the town is never set foot in or visited at any point. The fog, synonymous with the town of Silent Hill, is present in Silent Hill 4, yet not as we've come to know it from previous entries. From a design point of view, Silent Hill 4's fog could largely be viewed as a visual post effect rather than a mechanic. In Silent Hill 1 and 2, and to a degree 3, the fog works to accomplish two different goals. For now, let's ignore the original use of masking the performance of the PlayStation 1, since it isn't required for PlayStation 2 and its increased processing power. The first is to frame the encounter with enemies, highlighting the tension of being able to hear the enemy without seeing it. Knowing you aren't the only entity hidden inside the fog was a way to keep the player in a constant state of anxiety, taking their steps slowly and cautiously. The second was to emphasize the navigation from point A to B. Having the town shrouded in a fog forced the player to travel close to the buildings, moving from landmark to landmark, all the while building the character of the town. Orienteering emphasized the use of the map, filling in blockades and hidden routes, transforming traversal itself into its own gameplay loop. Silent Hill 4 utilizes the fog as a simple volumetric haze present in the background that isn't used in a way to obscure the player's view nor set the mood in any meaningful or thematic way. Enemy encounters and navigation as a product of this change aren't tuned around the loss of visibility. And it makes sense that they aren't, since the game takes place in one room. The remaining areas all fall under the category of Otherworld or Dream World, and historically, none of these areas featured a fog either. It does exist though, in its form as a Silent Hill fog in one location, that being outside the water prison panopticon, where Henry can see the surrounding Toluca Lake. However, this moment serves rather as a vista rather than a reintroduction to the mechanic. You don't navigate in it, nor do you fight through it. It exists as a throwback to its lineage and nothing more.
As a gameplay mechanic that constrains perception, paces traversal, and choreographs enemy encounters, Silent Hill's fog isn't present,
earning Silent Hill 4 its second off-model for 0 points. Alongside a fundamental change to how the player approaches enemies, the act of engagement shifts too. Silent Hill 4 pivots to a freer, faster style of gameplay, and with this change comes a slew of new abilities and mechanics that reinforce a new melee-focused style of play. Hit hard, hit fast, and don't be the first to die. And taking full advantage of the new moveset is required to outpace the increase in enemies. A health bar is now visible when you're hit, in the inventory, or when Henry's hurt, which isn't the first time we've seen this, previously in Silent Hill 3 as an unlockable to aid in higher difficulty runs, but here it's now present from the very beginning. I understand why they made this change. Faster fights, more angles of attack, more happening on screen means damage reads less clearly, but solving that by layering UI on top of the fiction isn't a fix I entirely agree with. The player's attention is drawn away from the game itself and to an external factor that lives outside the game. For the first time in the series, immersion and information are in open conflict. Previously, navigation, health, inventory, everything lived in the pause menu, removing all barriers between the player and the world. High priority information was processed diegetically. The characters would display their health state with a stagger or a limp. Silent Hill 4's answer is to instead put a health bar on screen, a charge meter for heavy swings, and a live inventory. And I just think the game is worse off for it. Weapon durability pushes you to churn through tools and try different attack patterns. And on paper, it encourages experimentation, but in practice, it adds busy work to a system that isn't especially refined or enjoyable to engage with. It's clunky and frustrating and at odds with the parts of the game that truly shine, which, tellingly, are the parts with no combat at all. Split into two parts, the other half of the game focuses on Henry's time inside the apartment. The perspective shifts, and psychological horror takes center stage. Room 302 is the best idea in Silent Hill 4, and the most disciplined piece of design Team Silent ever shipped. It's a simple premise that's taken to its limit. A mundane apartment and you're trapped inside. 4 walls, a few rooms, and a window. You watch the outside world, peer into other people's lives, and you're trapped inside. Over the course of the game, things begin to change, and the apartment itself grows hostile. What once served as a safe space from the danger outside no longer does, and the hauntings begin. Ghosts are a central theme in Silent Hill 4 and tie into the happenings of Room 302, infecting various areas around the apartment and subjecting Henry to terrifying encounters. It's up to you whether you decide to cleanse the spirits or not, but allowing the hauntings to continue will cause Henry's health to drain if standing too close. The subtle rollout of Room 302's horror is effective and shows how discipline can turn even the most mundane of spaces into Silent Hill 4's most terrifying location. It's for this reason that its core design was replicated 10 years later, in a game that many people regard as one of the most horrifying experiences they've ever seen. But we'll get to that in a bit. As a piece of design, it's the clearest argument that Silent Hill can still live without shedding its soul, that it can grow beyond its roots and flourish by the same name. And for this reason, for the walk, Silent Hill 4 earns a 0. Similar to the gameplay, sound design lands on two opposite sides of the spectrum that in equal measure underdeliver while still proving that no one writes music quite like Akira Yamaoka. Standing among the greatest hits of the series, Silent Hill 4 delivers an album of 2000s alt-rock tracks that sit beside the familiar industrial beats that encapsulate the mood of the series and Henry's journey perfectly. The problem, however, is how little of the soundtrack is heard while playing. Several OST tracks, such as Underground Dawn and Waverer, never appear in-game, and tracks like the alternate Tender Sugar exist without a clean rip, only existing with the in-game dialogue and sound effects on top.
Kill.
If I could score this entire pillar on the soundtrack alone, I would. It deserves a direct hit. But unfortunately, the moment-to-moment sound design wrapped around it is an absolute mess. What is easily the biggest offender, the monsters of Silent Hill 4 lose all of their impact once they open their mouths. Stock sound effects are bizarrely riddled throughout the game, reading less like figments of a dream world and more like a zoo. Sniffer dogs sound like cougars. Gumheads sound like chimpanzees. And the absolute worst comes from the patients in Hospital World. I understand that there was an intense time crunch, and Akira Yamaoka was torn between working on Silent Hill 3 and 4 at the same time. But for the game to ship with this sound effect, out of any sound that could have been chosen, is just baffling.
There is a fan theory that the burp was intentional, representing the gas escaping a corpse when hit, but I do not buy it. Even if that was the intent, there are 100 better ways to sell that idea without completely destroying the tone in the process.
Instead of deepening the dread of wandering through these worlds, the sound effects constantly undercut it. And because Silent Hill 4's combat is more fast-paced, the impact noises are frequent, causing the stock sound effects to just play over and over, and adds another reason to just avoid combat whenever possible. The radio, as a game mechanic, also has been watered down, only appearing inside room 302, signaling that a haunting has taken place somewhere within the apartment. When Henry enters a dream world, however, the radio is now entirely absent. For this pillar, a stellar yet fragmented OST doesn't offset Silent Hill 4's over-reliance on sound effects that kill the mood entirely. Since we're basing this on its similarity to Silent Hill as a series, not its quality, the point still remains that these enemies don't sound like Silent Hill creatures. Along with the absence of the radio, a core mechanic that is present only in the smallest portion of the game. Sound design earns a variant score for 1 point. The other world of Silent Hill 4, or the Dream World, plays like prior entries, but exists for a different reason. Since Alessa isn't here in South Ashfield, and the fog of Silent Hill isn't present to bring form to their own personal demons, instead the Dream World exists as a MacGuffin in order for Henry to travel through Walter's history.
To fully explain what the Dream Worlds are, I'd like to talk further about it in the personal space and authorship pillars, which will be addressed at the same time.
So for now, since the Dream Worlds are inherently different from the other worlds, Silent Hill 4 scores an off model for 0 points. To fully understand why Dream Worlds exist in the absence of other worlds, we have to examine the character that created them. "34 years before the events of Silent Hill 4, an infant was abandoned in room 302. The parents fled due to regret and financial stress, and left him in the living room to cry himself to sleep. Frank Sunderland, the building superintendent, found the baby and turned him over to St. Jerome's Hospital, keeping the umbilical cord for himself, feeling it was too precious to throw away. The baby was then adopted by Wish House, the orphanage in the woods by Toluca Lake, and it was here that the boy was given the name Walter Sullivan. Raised on the cult's scripture, philosophy, and sense of purpose, Walter was forced to adopt the Order's beliefs or be subject to physical abuse inside the nearby water prison. As Walter grew older and learned to read and write, he kept a diary detailing his time within Wish House, scribed in an ancient text that had been passed down in the Silent Hill region. Later on, with the help of Henry's neighbour Eileen Galvin, Henry can translate the text found in the diary and gain insight into the goings-on of Wish House. October 1st. He told me I could write whatever I wanted because nobody will ever see it. I like to write. My teacher taught me how. October 6th. Tomorrow is book study in the chapel. If I can't read well, I'll wind up like John. I'm really scared. October 13. I finally got outside. John is still stuck in that round cell. I hope I read well tomorrow. October 14. I did a good job reading today. I was so happy, but the 21 sacraments of the descent of the Holy Mother was hard. As Walter buried himself in the 21 sacraments, Father George Roston, a priest well versed in the sect of Valtiel, commanded the angel to bind with Walter's subconscious, unlocking abilities that let him distort and bend the very fabric of reality. Around this time, Walter met a member of the cult who had come to visit Wish House by the name of Dahlia Gillespie. She had fed Walter a story that would go on to shape his entire adult life, that his mother, who abandoned him, was asleep in Ashfield, and if he learned the 21 sacraments of the Holy Mother, he could see her once again. Dahlia had implied that Walter's mother was inside room 302, but Walter, who had no real template for what a mother was, interpreted this as something else entirely. He believed that room 302 was his mother. Though Dahlia's promise of reunion wasn't for Walter's own benefit, instead she had employed Walter as a backup plan if Heather had failed to birth God, leading Walter to believe that the 21 sacraments for the descent of the Holy Mother was referring to his mother, hiding the fact that it would ultimately wake the Holy Mother, the fabled god worshipped by the Order that would bring about the prophesied paradise and salvation to the sinful ones. Week after week, Walter rode the subway from the orphanage to South Ashfield Heights, standing outside room 302 and knocking on the door, slipping letters underneath asking why she wouldn't wake up, only to be met with silence. At 18, Walter left Wish House for Pleasant River, a nearby town close to Silenthill, and tried to live a normal life as a college student. But the teachings of the cult, the promise of reunion through the 21 sacraments, and his resentment against the world for the life he'd lived, were buried deep and drew him further into obsession with room 302. 6 years later, at age 24, the pressure finally broke, and Walter set the ritual in motion. By the 21 sacraments, the Holy Mother shall appear in the countries of the world and shall bring salvation to the sinful ones. And God said, at the time of fullness, cleanse the world with my rage. Gather forth the white oil, the black cup, and the blood of the 10 sinners. Prepare for the ritual of the Holy Assumption. Walter begins the ritual, killing 10 people in 10 days, each body with its heart removed and a number carved into their flesh, displaying their number out of the 21 sacraments required. Jimmy Stone, priest of the Valtiel sect, nicknamed the Red Devil for his role as an executioner in the cult's ritualistic murders, killed with a bullet to the back of his head inside Wish House. Bobby Randolph and Sign Martin, 2 high school students fascinated by the teachings of the Order, strangled and left on the Pleasant River campus. Steve Garland, a pet shop owner, gunned down with a submachine gun before Walter then continues to kill every pet in the shop. Rick Albert, a sporting goods manager in Ashfield, beaten to death with a golf club. George Roston, Jimmy Stone's right-hand man, and the one who bound Valtiel to Walter, murdered with an iron pipe. Billy and Miriam Locane, twin children, killed with a single swing of an axe. William Gregory, an elderly watchmaker, stabbed with a screwdriver. And Derek Walsh, a bartender at Bar Southfield, shot in the face after finding Walter waiting inside his apartment. Around the world, these killings became known as the Walter Sullivan case. In Silent Hill 2, an article can be found in the garbage chute outside Woodside Apartments, picking up the story of what happened next. The police announced today that Walter Sullivan, who was arrested on the 18th of this month for the brutal murder of Billy Locane and his sister Miriam, had taken his own life in his jail cell early on the morning of the 22nd. According to the police, Sullivan used a soup spoon to stab himself in the neck, severing his carotid artery. By the time the guard discovered him, Sullivan was already dead from blood loss, the spoon buried 2 inches into his neck. Around this time, room 302's current resident, journalist Joseph Schreiber, was investigating the case. In his red diary, he detailed his findings on the case and his belief that the man who was arrested and later died wasn't the real Walter Sullivan. I figured out the riddle behind the numbers. 01121 is actually 1 out of 21. So Walter was planning to kill 21 people, but he never finished the job. He was convicted for the murders of Billy and Miriam Locane, the 7th and 8th victims. Afterwards, he took his own life in his jail cell. The grisly mass murders of 10 people shocked the world and came to be known as the Walter Sullivan case. There are two big puzzles here. The first is, what was the motive for the murders? The second is, why did he kill himself before completing his task? Was he simply insane? And God said, offer the blood of the 10 sinners and the white oil. Be then released from the bonds of the flesh and gain the power of heaven. From the darkness and void, bring forth gloom, and gird thyself with despair for the giver of wisdom. In the days following Walter Sullivan's death in prison, residents of South Ashfield Heights began reporting sightings of a man identical to Walter inside the building. Now, this is where it gets a little confusing. The game never fully explains how or when this happens, but whether it's tied to Walter's upbringing within the cult or Valtiel's link to his subconscious, Walter ends up split into two halves, one embodying innocence and remorse, and the other cold, ruthless, and devoted to his mother. The innocent Walter is the one who dies in prison after being arrested for the Locane twins' murder. The other half, or the apathetic half, then travels to Silent Hill, digs up his innocent half's corpse, and carries it all the way to South Ashfield Heights. It's here that Richard Braintree, the resident of room 207, and Frank Sunderland both report seeing Walter loitering near room 302 after his supposed death, carrying his own body along with tools for a ritual, being the Book of Crimson Ceremony, an obsidian goblet, and white chrism, the same items used by James in the rebirth ending of Silent Hill 2. While Joseph Schreiber is away, Walter enters room 302's storage room and performs the ritual of the Holy Assumption, a rite that severs him from his physical body, allowing him to exist as a ghost within his own constructed dream worlds. When Joseph eventually returns, he finds Walter's corpse, the numbers 11 out of 21 carved into his feet. In doing this, Walter himself becomes the 11th sacrament, and Joseph Schreiber then seals off Walter's corpse inside room 302's storage room. Three years pass, and another corpse is found inside South Ashfield Heights. Peter Walls, a drug addict, is found in his apartment 6 months post-mortem. 12 out of 21 carved into his body. More bodies then begin to surface over the next few weeks. Sharon Blake, drowned in Toluca Lake by Walter. Tony Archbold, a priest of the Holy Mother sect at Wish House and a Silent Hill City Council member, pushed off a cliff in Mexico. Around this time, Joseph Schreiber then becomes trapped in room 302, just as Henry would become in the future. In the game's opening moments, we can see Joseph's fate, as the apartment has become completely dilapidated and the ghost of Jimmy Stone appears, tormenting him before his eventual murder, completing the next step of Walter's ritual, as Joseph himself becomes the 15th sacrament. And God said, return to the source through sin's temptation. Under the watchful eye of the demon, wander alone in the formless chaos. Only then will the 4 atonements be in alignment. 4 years after Joseph's death, Henry Townsend, room 302's current occupant, finds himself trapped inside. Waking from a dream, he looks outside the window to see Cynthia Velasquez entering South Ashfield Station. Henry then enters the hole in the wall and finds himself in Walter's subway world, a dream world built from Walter's memories of traveling through the real Ashfield Station as a child on his way to visit his mother. Inside, Henry crosses paths with Cynthia, who's also been drawn into Walter's dream world. In Walter's youth, he had called out to Cynthia amongst her friends by name. Surprised, she turned to him, put her hand on his cheek, and said, "Hey, you misunderstood me. You look handsome, but it doesn't mean I think you're attractive. Your clothes are filthy and smell so bad. Do you think that's the kind of thing a girl like me is into? And just how is it you know my name?" Back in the present day, Cynthia is shortly after then stabbed to death by Walter, the numbers 16 out of 21 carved into her body. In the forest world, a dream world based on Walter's time at the Wish House orphanage as a child, Henry runs into Jasper Geen, a young man obsessed with the cult and its teachings, who once provided information to Joseph Schreiber 10 years earlier during his investigation, and now does the same for Henry. While exploring the orphanage ruins, Henry finds Jasper again in the midst of immolation, tracing 17 out of 21 into his chest and proclaiming that he's finally seen the Red Devil. Later at the nearby water prison, Henry discovers Andrew DeSalvo locked in a cell. During Walter's childhood, Andrew was violent and abusive towards the children of the orphanage, who had been sent to the water prison as a form of punishment. Henry finds a key and releases Andrew from his prison, only for Walter to recapture him, drowning him shortly thereafter. 18 out of 21 carved in his stomach. Henry then visits Building World, a twisted recollection of Walter's time inside the city of Ashfield. Henry descends to find Richard Braintree strapped to a chair and electrocuted. 19 out of 21 scrawled across his forehead. And God said, "Separate from the flesh too, she who is the mother reborn, and he who is the receiver of wisdom. If this be done by the mystery of the 21 sacraments, the mother shall be reborn, and the nation of sin shall be redeemed." With only 2 sacraments remaining, Henry finds Eileen Galvin, covered in blood, the numbers 20 out of 21 carved into her back, saved from the brink of death by the child version of Walter, a manifestation of his innocence reborn within the dream world. Back in Henry's apartment, an ambulance can be seen carrying Eileen away from South Ashfield Heights. She survives physically, but her soul remains trapped inside Walter's dream worlds. Henry and Eileen soon reunite inside the dream worlds on their quest to end the ritual, and half a game later, they find themselves in room 302 of the past, where the ghost of Joseph Schreiber appears. He explains that Eileen and Henry are the final 2 sacraments, Eileen as the 20th, the mother reborn, and Henry as the 21st, the receiver of wisdom. Eileen earns her title through her compassion towards young Walter, unaware that his adult self was the one who attacked her. With her last breath before losing consciousness, she tells him to seek safety, putting the well-being of child Walter before her own. Henry, meanwhile, becomes the receiver of wisdom after learning from Joseph, bearing witness to Walter's victims and understanding the purpose behind the 21 sacraments for the descent of the Holy Mother. As the observer, Henry is left for last, the final sacrament. Joseph urges him to find the real Walter hidden within the storage room, warning that it's now kill or be killed. The ritual must end before the Holy Mother can be reborn. Henry locates Walter's corpse, takes the keys from his pocket, and finally unlocks the door to his apartment. And outside, the entirety of South Ashfield Heights has been transformed as Henry traverses the halls, finding Eileen again on the way to Frank Sunderland's room. Henry collects Walter's umbilical cord and makes his way back to room 302, jumping into the abyss below Walter's body. And there, suspended in the room, the Conjurer awaits. The final confrontation between Henry and Walter. Possessed by Walter's will, Eileen slowly staggers toward the mechanism in the middle of the room. With Walter rendered immortal through the ritual of the Holy Assumption, Henry turns his focus to the Conjurer, using the umbilical cord to awaken the 8 spears of the Holy Mother: void, darkness, gloom, despair, temptation, source, watchfulness, and chaos. The spears are thrust into the Conjurer, and Walter is stripped of his immortality.
With a deeper understanding of Walter, his motives, and the context of the worlds that we've traversed, we can finally circle back to the main question. What exactly are the dream worlds?
The dream worlds of Silent Hill 4 are unlike anything seen in the series before, diverging from the other worlds of previous games in structure, authorship, function, and their relationship to reality. In the first 3 games, the concept of the otherworld is defined as a projection, a psychological overlay that manifests from the author's subconscious, usually driven by one's burden of trauma, guilt, or faith conversing with the town's power. However, since Silent Hill 4 doesn't feature Silent Hill, the concept of the town holding a mirror up to the individual or amplifying one's own feelings is removed. Rather than the dream worlds being a projection, instead, they're constructions. Spaces entirely fabricated by the author's consciousness, similar to mechanisms of the nowhere level of the otherworld. Through the ritual of the Holy Assumption, Walter separated his soul from his body, creating pocket realities that exist parallel to the physical world. Even more so, the room 302 that Henry experiences, appearing to exist within reality, is in fact entirely removed from it. It makes more sense to believe that Henry's physical body is asleep for the duration of the game, and that it's Henry's astral projection or subconscious that is stuck within room 302. From the hauntings to holes appearing in the walls, residents outside aren't able to hear him, and the only people who can are other victims pulled into Walter's nightmare. Where the otherworld tends to bleed into reality, the dream worlds are born from it. Entirely self-contained memories given physical form. They're not so much symbolic spaces created to reveal a psychological truth to the player, as they are literal memories reimagined through Walter's perception, reconstructed with his biases and fixations intact. The difference then lies in its purpose. The otherworld is inherently reactive to the individual, manifesting in response to a human emotion. The dream world, on the other hand, is static, existing as a means to complete the ritual. Each victim within serves a purpose to complete the 21 sacraments and nothing more, their souls now claimed by Walter to reside within his kingdom. This change in design leads the player's relationship to these spaces to a different conclusion, drawing the closest parallels to Silent Hill 1 in that we learn more about the author's psyche rather than our own, swapping introspection for observation. The concept of the dream worlds are an attempt at extending the nightmare beyond the borders of Silent Hill, wearing its inspiration on its sleeve that stays true to the formula of entering a nightmare whilst existing for entirely different reasons. If nothing else, I appreciate that Team Silent continually took big swings in moving the story past its history, while keeping its thematic perspective entirely intact. Looking at the concept itself, isolated from the other parts of the game, the idea of dream worlds and how they relate to Walter and his own personal journey, while simultaneously providing links to the overall lore of the cult and Silent Hill itself, is masterfully done. For the Otherworld pillar, Silent Hill 4 scores an off model for 0 points, and for the authorship pillar, Silent Hill 4 scores a variant. While the idea of a world authored by a human consciousness is retained, the reason for its existence is entirely separate. Alessa's nightmare was built on emotional projection, while Walter's nightmare exists as a product of ritual creation. While we're here, we can also go ahead and give the personal space pillar a variant score as well. If we split the gameplay into 2 halves, being the Dream Worlds and Room 302, the latter begins as a safe space for both Henry and the player, slowly corroding as the hauntings take over and Henry's sanctuary turns hostile. The Dream Worlds, however, follow the original model established in Silent Hill 1, adhering to the idea of a third party trespassing through another person's psychological landscape. Just as Alessa's environments were hostile with threats influenced by their psyche, so too are Walter's. The roster is split into 2 broad categories: the traditional Silent Hill creatures, manifestations of Walter's subconscious, and the ghosts, who represent his victims. Each ghost carries its own identity and function within Walter's ritual, corresponding to the individuals involved in the 21 sacraments for the descent of the Holy Mother. These ghosts can then be divided further into 2 subgroups, old types and new types. The old types represent Walter's earlier victims, those killed before Henry's entrapment in room 302. They float and they try to kill you. The new types, however, stand apart, each one expressing their personality and death through new mechanics. Cynthia Velasquez, stabbed to death by Walter, reappears in the subway world, using her hair to grapple Henry and slow him down. Jasper Geen, whose last scene burnt alive in Wish House, reappears as a screaming ghost covered in flames, attacking with the same item he'd used to trace the numbers on his chest. Andrew DeSalvo, the abusive water prison guard, returns to the water prison and is the only ghost that is required to be dealt with in order to move on, since he carries a key item. The last new type being Richard Braintree, Henry's neighbour at South Ashfield Heights, carrying a crowbar and now possessing the ability to teleport. Richard is the most dangerous among the new types. Visually, ghosts lack the layered symbolism of prior entries, but what they sacrifice in metaphor, they generally make up for in unease. Their realism contrasted against the nightmare significantly increases the discomfort of their presence, and it's a feeling you can only really convey while playing for yourself. Creature designer John Eno, I hope I'm saying that right, captured their intent perfectly when stating, "I wanted to accentuate the individuality of each separate ghost in a realistic fashion, because I thought there was nothing scarier than being attacked by a human being. The distinguishing characteristics of each ghost were determined from the start, so I designed their external appearances." Leaving the ghosts recognizably human while assigning the more abstract, symbolic designs to the monsters of Walter's subconscious was absolutely the right decision to make narratively. Symbolism for its own sake would have risked turning Silent Hill 4 into imitation, rather than keeping to its mission of change to ultimately move the series forward. Thankfully, the creature design overall remains strong.
If these designs had been weaker, I would have more criticism for the shift toward realism. But I believe that Silent Hill 4 delivers on the creativity expected from the series lineage.
Keeping in mind Walter's internal perception of the world and his own experiences within it, I believe the primary emotional drives behind these manifestations can be summarized into 3 core concepts: misanthropy, conception, and degradation. Take the Bottoms, for instance, one of my favorite designs in the game. Bottoms are naked masses of flesh with a head protruding from their torso. I believe their form encapsulates Walter's disgust towards his parents and the trauma surrounding his own birth. 2 heads representing his parents, and the one beneath in the act of childbirth. It's a disturbing and deeply personal visualization of Walter's earliest pain, and a wound that would refuse to heal for the remainder of his life. Gumheads, first appearing in Building World, bear a resemblance to apes while retaining a vaguely human form, with grey decaying skin and long thin tails. Symbolically, they embody Walter's perception of humanity as a whole, and more specifically, his contempt for men. Gumheads appear primitive in nature, stripped of their intellect and individuality, and reduced to a creature of instinct. Their lack of identity suggests that Walter perhaps sees people as interchangeable and beneath him, either unwilling or apathetic to discern a difference between them, since their usefulness to Walter begins and ends as a tool. Toadstools, sniffer dogs, and hummers all carry the same motif of infestation, creatures that live, rot, and spread disease. His fear of animals originates from his childhood encounter in Steve Garland's pet shop, where a near bite left him with a hatred for animals. Years later, returning to the same store, murdering the owner, Steve Garland, and slaughtering every animal inside. Together, these designs inspire a through line of death through pestilence, life viewed as contamination. Everything that lives eventually dies, and Walter's monsters embody that idea in its process. Everything is vermin, and everything is filth, serving only to remind Walter that nothing in this world is worth salvaging, and that only his mother, or rather the idea of a mother, is the only saving grace. Lastly is the one and only fusion of both creature types, ghost and monster, combined into a single being known as Twin Victim. Appearing in the water prison, it stands as Silent Hill 4's most striking and unforgettable design, embodying Billy and Miriam Locane, the twin children murdered by Walter with a single swing of his axe. With no fanfare or build-up, it simply stares and accusingly points before attacking.
Part of me wishes the game had given this encounter more weight. The design is so bold and the introduction so effective that it almost feels wasted in how quickly it ends.
It's all perfect until it starts to attack, behaving like any other enemy, going down with the same number of hits despite its symbolic stature. Narratively, I believe Twin Victim reinforces Walter's self-image as both executioner and god, passing judgment on others under the delusion of divine purpose, folding together the cycle of victim and killer, putting both his innocence and sin on display. There are 2 boss fights in Silent Hill 4, the One Truth and the endgame against True Walter. The first, despite its striking visuals, is a slog. 12 wallmen lie in the area, 11 are decoys, and 1 is the One Truth. Henry hits the enemies until the correct one exposes itself, to which Henry wails on it until the encounter is over. It's not great. True Walter fares better, largely because it matters. The Conjurer hangs above, a manifestation of Walter's corpse sealed in room 302. As Eileen slowly walks toward her death, Henry works to strip Walter of his immortality and end the 21 sacraments. I like the fight's pressure. Everything feels seconds away from collapse. Fail and Walter remains immortal. Henry dies, Eileen dies, and the Holy Mother descends. Its high stakes clearly feel like now or never. I wouldn't say the fight places any better or worse than the other game's best finales, but the composition of the bloodied silhouettes, the giant conjurer above, and Walter himself desperately trying to complete the ritual gives the encounter a scale the game has been saving for. For the enemy design pillar, Silent Hill 4 scores a variant.
As we're fast approaching closure on Silent Hill 4, we'll quickly address the last remaining pillars with a quick overview, since we've talked a lot about their components already.
Player Fragility scores a variant score due to its alteration of the original philosophy. While tension exists in the encounters itself, it's reframed around pressure rather than fragility. Monsters appear in higher volumes and more frequency. Half the roster is invincible. And to offset the change, Henry moves faster, attacks harder, and can turn in any direction. And while this control option does exist in previous games, it wasn't the standard. And here, the game shifts to reflect that change. The new combat system's emphasis on melee combat, with its charge attacks and real-time health indicators, give the player far greater agency than before, and in doing so, the game loses the uneasy physicality that defined Silent Hill's identity. It's not to say the game is easy, just that its challenge stems from resource management and agility rather than frailty. The player learns to push through and face challenges head-on, rather than survive by instinct. The deliberate, simple quality to Silent Hill's combat that once grounded the system gives way to repetition and tedium amongst an overtly clunky gameplay system. Puzzle design earns a variant score due to, well, there not being any puzzles. There are some, 5 to be exact. However, they take a noticeably different approach. Most exist as obstacles to navigation, finding keys, retrieving items, as opposed to earlier games embedding the themes of the narrative into them. While some feature a novel concept, like the bar keypad puzzle, requiring Henry to return to room 302 and punch in the number from the billboard to open the door, most require you to simply traverse the environment riddled with enemies, find an item, and bring it back. The puzzles exist to serve the game's flow of combat, prioritizing momentum rather than a time to reflect. Despite this, there is a consistency in the tone. Everything fits within the world, such as the water prison puzzle, requiring Henry to align the holes in the ground, allowing him to fall straight through to the bottom floor. It's cool, but not exactly food for thought. The Nowhere pillar is a little harder to score, since the pillar traditionally refers to an endgame sequence where reality begins to break down and the environment is constructed entirely from memories without logic or continuity. Silent Hill 4 takes the logic of Nowhere and applies it to half the game. Each dream world is already an amalgamation of memory, detached from the physical world and pieced together through Walter's subconscious. There's no clear transition from reality to unreality, since that boundary is already gone from the start. By the time the player reaches the end game, the Nowhere collapse has already happened. What distinguishes the final areas of the game isn't so much a descent, but a return to the point of origin. I wouldn't quite score Room 302 and South Ashfield Heights Revisit, albeit with a layer of blood and dirt on top, as a nowhere style section. But it's hard to gauge, considering the game embodies the logic for the majority of its runtime. So I'll sum it up as this. Rather than building to a final breakdown, Silent Hill 4 begins with one and never returns to normality. The effect is thematic in its coherency, but less impactful as a climax. The nowhere style of environmental and thematic storytelling exists as a static state of unreality, rather than a descent into it. And for that reason, Silent Hill 4 scores a variant for 1 point. Following the battle with Walter, Henry emerges victorious, and from here, the story splits into 4 possible endings, each determined by the player's actions throughout the game. The best ending, known as the escape ending, has the most difficult requirements to achieve, requiring both Eileen to be saved before she dies during the final confrontation, and to cleanse at least 80% of hauntings in Room 302. I haven't even had a chance to mention this yet, but there is a hidden mechanic that determines Eileen's actions during the battle with Walter. In the second half of the game, as Henry revisits each of Walter's dream worlds, Eileen accompanies him as an NPC who must be protected from harm. The more damage she takes, the deeper she falls under Walter's control, eventually entering a possessed state where she begins to speak in the cult's language, reciting scripture, and if given a weapon, will use it to attack herself. The amount of damage Eileen receives over the course of the game then determines how quickly she walks toward her death. If the player successfully saves Eileen and clears 80% or more of the hauntings, the escape ending is achieved. Walter's 2 halves, innocent and apathetic, are destroyed. The door to Room 302 opens, and Henry finally leaves the apartment. In the final scene, he visits Eileen at St. Jerome's Hospital, alive and recovering. Both of them free at last from Walter's ritual. If Eileen is saved but the hauntings remain unsolved, the mother ending plays instead. The events unfold similarly. Walter is defeated, Henry escapes, and Eileen survives, but the apartment remains in a state of decay, and Eileen mentions her intent to return to South Ashfield Heights, implying that Walter's influence lingers, and the cycle may one day resume. Failing to save Eileen during the final battle while still clearing the hauntings results in Eileen's death, the game's neutral bad ending. Eileen dies, Walter dies, innocent Walter disappears, and Henry awakens back in Room 302, listening to a radio broadcast detailing the discovery of multiple bodies in Ashfield, including Eileen Galvin, who succumbed to her injuries at St. Jerome Hospital. The final and worst outcome is the 21 Sacraments ending, achieved if Henry fails to both save Eileen and purify the apartment. In this ending, Walter succeeds in completing the ritual. After falling to the ground, he vanishes, and Henry collapses in agony. It's left ambiguous what happens next, but the implication is that Walter has now possessed Henry, killing him as the 21st Sacrament. Innocent Walter finally enters Room 302 and lies on the couch, finally embracing his mother. Apathetic Walter stands silently nearby as the radio announces the deaths of Cynthia Velasquez, Jasper Geen, Andrew DeSalvo, Richard Braintree, and Eileen Galvin, along with a 6th unidentifiable victim, severely wounded and disfigured beyond recognition, believed to be the occupant of Room 302, Henry Townsend. Frank Sunderland, the building superintendent, is also found dead, along with 5 police officers inside South Ashfield Heights. All the remaining residents are then rushed to St. Jerome Hospital, all suffering from chest pains, implied to have died shortly after. The ritual is complete, and the Holy Mother has descended. Once Silent Hill 4 is complete, the game unlocks New Fear mode, allowing subsequent runs. Completing the initial run on hard mode with a 10-star rating unlocks 2 additional modifiers, all weapons mode and 1 weapon mode. The chainsaw and submachine gun become available exclusively in New Fear mode, along with 2 alternate costumes for Eileen and Cynthia, featuring them in revealing outfits. For the end pillar,
Silent Hill 4 earns its first direct hit for 2 points.
With a total of 1 direct hit, 7 variants, and 4 off models, Silent Hill 4 The Room concludes with a total score of 9 out of 24 for a 37.5% family resemblance. Silent Hill 4 The Room is a game I admire more than I enjoy. On paper, it sounds like an absolutely phenomenal sequel, ambitious, and willing to challenge its own identity in the pursuit of something new. What it represents is far greater than its own success or failure, a moment where Team Silent tried to evolve the series beyond its own past. And it's this idea that makes Silent Hill 4 so fascinating. It isn't content to be simply another Silent Hill. It questions the very structure of what a Silent Hill game is and should be. It's bold, deeply flawed, and most importantly, human. In practice, it's a frustrating, often exhausting experience wrapped around a story that deserves a much better game. I won't pretend the combat doesn't ruin it. It does. It's clunky, uneven, and constantly drags the pacing of the narrative to a crawl. Every encounter feels like a chore, a punishment for wanting to keep going. It's the first Silent Hill where I stopped fearing the monsters and started resenting them. The game's obsession with melee combat, weapon durability, and awkward movement goes against everything that I'd personally consider to be Silent Hill. It's the antithesis of what made the series terrifying in the first place, and yet, buried under all of that frustration is a masterclass in storytelling that stands beside the series' best writing. Walter Sullivan is the most fully realized antagonist in the series. His ritual, his faith, his psychology, everything just works. His pain is believable and, to an extent, understandable. Walter is a tragic character that has the odds stacked against him from the very start. Used and abused by everyone around him, taking his insecurities and using them against him. While Walter's one and only goal that he never once diverted from was just to be with his mother again. It's poetry written as a nightmare, and it works because it's human. That's what I think people forget when they talk about The Room. It wasn't trying to be Silent Hill 4, it was trying to ask what Silent Hill is. What happens when you take the structure away? Does the soul still remain? And the answer is yes. The story proves it. It's built from the same DNA. Guilt, belief, obsession, punishment. The difference is that it has the courage to transplant those ideas somewhere new. The game doesn't need to show you the streets of Silent Hill because it shows you what the town does to a person. And that is why I'll always defend it, even if I don't necessarily like playing it. It's a rare kind of sequel, the kind that's unlikable for all the right reasons. It proves that Silent Hill's identity isn't in the fog or the map or the siren. It's the confrontation between a person and their own mental decay. And that's why I've always believed Silent Hill can exist beyond the town. The defining elements were never the heart of it. They were the language the series used to say something deeper. The Room understands that. It stripped itself of its identity and asked the most important question the series ever could. If you take away everything familiar, does it still feel like Silent Hill? And years later, PT answered that question better than anyone ever expected. One hallway, that's all it was. A single corridor that changed with every loop. No town, no cult, no law, and somehow, it felt more Silent Hill than anything in the last 10 years. PT didn't rely on any iconography, and yet, from every corner of the internet, people cheered for the arrival of Silent Hills, a game that signified the next step for the franchise in a bold new direction, without having a single element of what people vehemently defend as a Silent Hill game. And that's what makes Silent Hill 4 so fascinating even now. It failed to perfect what it started, but it started the right thing. It reached for evolution over imitation, and even if it fell short, it laid the groundwork for every conversation we still have about what Silent Hill should be.
Now that we've laid the groundwork for what Silent Hill is, and more importantly, what it isn't, we can take a short step back. Take a break. It is break time. Oh, it's really hot in here. You guys want to see my Lego cabinet? I built this one the other day. It's a Mario Kart. And I built this one down here. It is a Game Boy. And they make me happy. Anyways, back to business. Thank you so much for making it this far. I know it's a long one. Silent Hill is something near and dear to my heart, and if I was going to talk about it, I wanted to go all out. Don't forget to subscribe and check out my other videos after this. I just love talking about all things horror. In the meantime, here's some nice relaxing music while I give a very, very brief overview of how every other Silent Hill game falls against the rubric. Silent Hill Origins for the PSP and PS2 landed a score of 17 out of 24 for a 71% resemblance. It wants so desperately to be Silent Hill 1.5, and in doing so, forgets what makes the series great along the way. It's the perfect example of a game imitating Silent Hill instead of being Silent Hill. Silent Hill Homecoming for Xbox 360 and PS3 scores 11 out of 24 for a 46% resemblance. It can be summed up as a game that happens when someone describes Silent Hill instead of understanding it. Like Origins, Homecoming borrows every piece of iconography, including Pyramid Head, and rearranges them like props on a stage. Silent Hill Downpour for 360 and PS3 scored 12 points out of 24 for a 50% resemblance. The tragedy of Downpour is that it almost gets it, but never quite capitalizes on it. It shows us a version of Silent Hill that could have evolved past its roots, but ends up being indecisive and ultimately unenjoyable. Silent Hill Shattered Memories for the Wii and later ported to PSP and PS2 scored a whopping 20 points out of 24 for an 83% family resemblance. It's a game that both misunderstands and profoundly understands the source material at the same time, acting as an experiment that deconstructs what Silent Hill is. Shattered Memories is far from perfect, but it stands to be the one Western-developed Silent Hill that understood what the other entries didn't. It isn't about what you see, but what you can't face. The Silent Hill play novel released for the Game Boy Advance scored a 14 out of 24 for a 58% resemblance. Technically, this isn't really a game and more of a visual novel. What it loses in gameplay, it makes up for in storytelling, since that's all it really has going for it. As an adaptation of the story of the original Silent Hill, it's more literature of Silent Hill than Silent Hill as literature. But if for some reason this is your first entry into the series, you'll know the story at least. Silent Hill Mobile, released for mobile phones in 2006, scores a 15 out of 24 for a 62% family resemblance. For its primitive technology, the game manages to set a decent atmosphere, with themes that feel familiar to the franchise. It's not good, but at the very least, it's faithful. Silent Hill the Arcade, available as an arcade machine, scores a measly 6 out of 24 for a 25% family resemblance. Even as a novelty opposed to an actual game, Silent Hill the Arcade is, in my opinion, a blight on the franchise that should have never existed, and the less said about it, the better. Silent Hill the Escape for mobile phones in 2007 scores a 4 out of 24 for a 17% family resemblance. Surprisingly, this game was genuinely my introduction to the Silent Hill franchise, being the only game I had on my iPod Touch. Existing more as a novelty to showcase touchscreens and gyroscopic controls, this game is just awful. There's nothing to it besides shooting monsters from the series. As a kid, it was cool, but yeah, this is bad. Silent Hill Book of Memories, an isometric dungeon crawler for the PlayStation Vita, scores a 9 out of 24 for a 37% resemblance. I never touched this game, to be honest. I took one look and thought, no. A completely fundamental misunderstanding of the series and what it stands for. It's a completely different game, wearing a Silent Hill skin. Coming in with the lowest score in the entire franchise, a miserable 3 out of 24 for a family resemblance of 12%, is Silent Hill Ascension. This one made me genuinely disgusted by its very existence. A series of cutscenes awkwardly stitched together, forced to play out alongside a live community voting system that determined the characters' decisions. Featuring a pay-to-win store and battle pass, this game should never have been developed, let alone released to the public. It is an embarrassment for the franchise, and for me, its absolute lowest point. On the flip side, visiting one of the series' highest points, PT for the PlayStation 4 scores a 14 out of 24 for a 58% family resemblance. Witnessing the absolute insanity of this playable teaser unfold in real time, as the sheer amount of Let's Plays and hype surrounding the game entered the mainstream, was something truly special. Topping countless lists of people's scariest game of all time, the demo to Hideo Kojima's now cancelled Silent Hills project was an astounding success, reinterpreting the philosophy and moving the series forward in a bright new direction. PT now serves only as a reminder of what could have possibly been the greatest horror game of all time. Rest in peace, Silent Hills. Tied for the lowest score alongside Silent Hill Ascension, Silent Hill: The Short Message scores a 3 out of 24 for a 12% resemblance. Not so much of a game as it is a proof of concept. The Short Message's reliance on modern horror tropes and surface level narrative only served to further distance itself from its namesake. Suffering through both Ascension and The Short Message back to back, releasing only 4 months apart, the future looked grim for the Silent Hill 2 remake. Against all odds, the game is actually fantastic, like genuinely incredible. I won't be scoring it since it's a remake, but Bloober knocked this out of the park. To put things in perspective, I've arranged the games by family resemblance, and no surprise, Silent Hill 2. But what is surprising is how and why it gets there. On paper, Silent Hill 3 should have the advantage. It's a direct sequel to 1. It inherits the town, the cult, the lore. Silent Hill 2, by comparison, throws almost all of that out and starts over with a man, a letter, and a tragedy. And yet, when you line them all up, Silent Hill 2 comes out ahead. Not because it respects the canon more, quite the opposite. Because it understands what Silent Hill is for. Silent Hill 3 is absolutely Silent Hill, but it leans harder into becoming Silent Hill rather than being. It scores well, the game is great, but the difference between 2 and 3 is the difference between using Silent Hill's tools and embodying Silent Hill's purpose. And that's where this whole rubric starts to become a bit dangerous. Because if there's one thing this breakdown has shown me, it's that you can technically hit all the marks and still miss the point. You can have the town, the trauma, the cult, the fog, all of it laid out exactly where it's supposed to be. And somehow, it still doesn't feel right. All of it laid out exactly where it's supposed to be. The family resemblance can be high on paper, while something in your gut quietly tells you, no, that's not it. The rubric is a lens, not a verdict. It tells us how much a game conforms to Silent Hill, not whether it deserves to wear the name. And with that in mind, there's one last game to talk about. Silent Hill F is complicated, not in its existence, but in what it represents. Being the first full-length game in over a decade attempting to resurrect the franchise, it arrives carrying the weight of every hope, fear, and expectation fans have projected onto the series until Silent Hills evaporated into thin air. And what makes it even stranger is that F doesn't come as a continuation, or a return, or even a reinterpretation. Instead, it's a complete reinvention. And I think that's worth acknowledging, because by this point in the video, we've mapped out exactly what Silent Hill is capable of. We've seen that the town is not the core, the cult is not the core, the radio, fog, otherworld, none of that is the core. Silent Hill 4 proved that, PT proved that, even the weaker titles proved that. Silent Hill is not defined by its ingredients, but by its intent. And that's why F sits in such a strange position before we even begin to score it. Because on the surface, it does everything right. It's not copying the past,
It's not using nostalgia as a crutch. It's not ashamed of itself. And if Silent Hill can exist outside the town, as we know it can, then setting the game in a completely different continent shouldn't be a deal breaker on principle. If anything, it's the kind of risk I wish the series took more often. It's tricky, because from this point, we're not asking the vague question of, does it feel like Silent Hill? We've built a framework for what Silent Hill is, specifically what Silent Hill 1 established as a foundation. Everything revolving around F lives in conversation with that game, not with 2's spiral of guilt or 3's teenage angst, but with the original nightmare that set the rules in the first place. And judged against that, F is an abnormality. Visually, thematically, tonally, there are moments where it feels closer to the series than anything we've had in years. There's a soul here. You can feel intention behind everything. But at the same time, there's this constant tension between what the story wants to be and what the logo on the box demands it has to be. And that is why I wanted the rubric in place, and to visit the core 4 titles before talking about F. It's not my intention to boil the series down into a spreadsheet and pretend the final number can declare what is or isn't Silent Hill, but so we can at least be honest about what Silent Hill F is doing. Does it honor the pillars in the same way Silent Hill 1 defined them? Does it understand them as more than just columns to be ticked? Or is it recreating the shape of those things without sharing the same heartbeat? That's the question sitting underneath everything we're about to do. We can say it walks like Silent Hill, talks like Silent Hill, but when all is said and done, is it really Silent Hill? Silent Hill F released on September 25th, 2025 for the PlayStation 5, Xbox, and PC, marking the first full-length entry in the franchise in over 13 years, following Downpour in 2012. Developed by Neobards Entertainment, a support studio under Konami whose previous work included the multiplayer spin-off Resident Evil Reverse and the Dead Rising Deluxe Remaster. Silent Hill F would mark the studio's debut as the lead developer on a major title. With Ao Yang directing, Kira as monster designer, Akira Yamaoka returning to write the soundtrack, and the infamous Ryukishi 07 as the scenario writer, Silent Hill fans knew they were in for a treat. Needless to say, in the days and months leading up to its release, I had very high expectations. Finally, I returned to form after a decade of disappointment. An emphasis on finding the beauty in horror, a new country, a new decade, a protagonist untouched by the baggage of the series' long and tangled history. It was exactly the kind of risk the series needed, an evolution that could either redefine what Silent Hill is in the modern day, or expose how fragile that identity has always been. So, without further delay, let's begin analysing the pillars and see where Silent Hill F truly stands. Starting with the town, one thing is immediately clear. Silent Hill itself is nowhere to be seen. Set in the 1960s, around the time when Silent Hill's development team began to disappear in their efforts to turn the Toluca Lake area into a resort town. The location this time around is the small rural Japanese town of Ebisugaoka. Based on its real-life counterpart, Kanayama, in the Gifu district, Neobards Entertainment surveyed and photographed the area, faithfully reimagining the town's infrastructure with a 1960s aesthetic that is equal parts beautiful and incredibly unsettling. We'll dive more into this in the walk section, but for now, since the town of Silent Hill is completely absent, Silent Hill F receives its first off model for 0 points. One of the series' most iconic staples makes a return here with the fog. It shows up in different densities, colours, and behaviours, and for the most part, the fog hanging over Ebisugaoka is both expanded on and genuinely beautiful to look at. So let's run through each version and see how it's handled compared to earlier iterations. The first incarnation of the fog is a light mist that shrouds the town. It looks natural and does a lot of work in building the atmosphere. Sightlines are wide, it isn't particularly threatening, and anything beyond the town's limit is left to the imagination. If I had to draw a comparison, Henry's time at Wish House functions in a similar way. Fog as a background dressing rather than a mechanic that actively interferes with the player's view. As we push further into the center of town and meet up with Shu, Rinko, and Sakuko, the fog begins to thicken, cutting visibility down to only a few meters. This shift marks the arrival of the Fog Monster, an initially invisible force that hunts the player through the back streets of Ebisugalka. Reframing the fog, not just as a feature of the town, but as a secondary characteristic of an enemy, is a very interesting idea that both plays on the player's expectations in a way I appreciate, and one I have mixed feelings about at the same time. On one hand, turning the fog into something directional rather than static changes the way you relate to it. Instead of something you move through, it becomes something you avoid, which can be confusing when the game breaks its own rule set. We've had chase sequences before, the void in Downpour, the red light in Silent Hill 3, but these encounters were clearly marked as their own separate dangers with unique designs. In Silent Hill F, getting caught in the thick fog causes flowers to bloom all over Hinako and results in an instant game over. Okay, fair enough. Light fog is safe, heavy fog is lethal. After this encounter though, the game introduces a middle state, a medium fog that's less dense than the heavy fog, but no longer imposes an automatic death. Mechanically and visually, this state communicates two things. The player is in danger, but not immediate danger, and there are enemies somewhere nearby. So from that, we can reevaluate our understanding of the rules. Light fog is safe, medium fog is danger, heavy fog is death. We can also determine that stationary fog is safe, directional fog is death. However, when Hinako reaches the cornfields, the heavy fog returns, but it's stationary, and there are enemies inside, but they don't attack. And if the player walks too far into the fog, they're teleported back to the start of the area. Soon after that, Hinako enters the other world and we're introduced to red fog. It's light and stationary, so that should be safe, but it drains your health over time. Or it could be read as a visualization of a headache happening in parallel to the fog, and also the red fog isn't real in the next scene.
The point that I'm circling around is that the fog in Silent Hill F is messy.
In previous entries, the fog exists as a constant with a clear purpose set out from the beginning. It's dense, it hides the world and the enemies inside. Simple, readable, and incredibly effective. What made it so special was its ability to marry both atmosphere and mechanics in such a way that it not only became its identity, it transcended its own medium. There's a high chance that at some point in your life, a friend has pointed outside on a foggy day and said, "Hey, Silent Hill." Here, that simple elegance is gone. The fog keeps changing. Sometimes it's dressing, sometimes it's a warning. Sometimes it's an instant kill, sometimes it teleports. As much as I appreciate the intent to expand on a familiar idea in a series where atmosphere is a mechanic, that kind of inconsistency matters. Now, if there was an explanation for this, a narrative spine that justified all these variations to make sense to either the town of Ebisugalka or Hinako herself, I'd reconsider my position. But it doesn't.
And that's a pattern that you're going to see a lot over the course of this analysis. Things exist for the sake of existing, and that existence is overcomplicated for the sake of overcomplication.
The original intent established back in Silent Hill 1 is technically present, but it's fragmented into several different states that dilute its impact. The dense, obscuring fog, the version that defined the series, is mostly reserved for set pieces and puzzle sequences, while general exploration and combat rely on a medium fog that keeps long sightlines intact. The result is a fog that behaves more like ambience than design, and for that reason, the fog pillar earns a variant score for 1 point. Hinako's journey through Ebisugalka mirrors the structure of past protagonists, but with a few key changes to the formula. In contrast to the grid-like streets of Silent Hill, Ebisugalka is built from winding roads and narrow alleys that seem to fold back on themselves, creating a layout that seems easy to get turned around in, though this has been confirmed to be by design. Starting from Hinako's home in the mountains, the town slowly opens up as the story progresses, unlocking paths to Sakuko's family shrine, the cornfields, Ebisugalka Middle School, and Shu's residence. And as the town expands, so does Hinako's map, trading out traditional maps found in-game. Hinako's is housed within the pause menu, a drawn sketch of the town that fills in over time, painting in new locations and blots of red to indicate where flowers have overgrown. Interiors adopt the more old school approach: rectangular rooms, connected hallways, clear entry points, and locked doors. Visually, both the town and its interiors are strikingly beautiful to look at. For the first hour, walking its streets genuinely feels like you're exploring a real rural Japanese town. That is, until the monsters show up. In these opening hours, the game looks and feels like quintessential Silent Hill. Powerless and wandering through tight alleys, the sense that the town is hiding something from you just beneath its surface. Hinako comes across various leaflets and diary pages that reinforce the game's main themes, ultimately each and any of them fitting into the title itself. Whether the game would be called Silent Hill Female, Friend, Fox, Flower, Feminism, each pointing towards aspects of Hinako's internal struggle. But while the writing does a strong job developing Hinako, the same can't really be said for the town. Ebisugaoka, as beautiful as it is, functions mostly as set dressing. There's a noticeable lack of environmental storytelling that gives the town a character of its own, separate from Hinako's perspective. We learn that the townspeople worship Inari-sama, a deity who replaced the town's original sacred tree, and that the community once followed the water dragon faith before that. We also learned that an onsen geyser recently erupted, releasing hydrogen sulfide and arsenic into the area. And no, this isn't the fog, I checked. But outside of its religious background and the path Hinako walks through it, the town doesn't offer much else, and that is a real shame. Those classic Silent Hill isms, the side stories, the oddities, the world-building details that exist solely to make the place feel lived in, are largely absent. No elevator quiz, no locked bathroom stalls, no shopping cart room, no strange medical equipment. Outside of memos, interiors are just that, interiors. The vast majority of them are clean and indistinct with a smattering of red, but rarely containing the small, self-contained stories that gave purpose and character to the environment in earlier games. I remember Hinako moving between two buildings early on and overhearing a conversation inside a house. And then that kind of interaction never happens again. The most memorable environmental moments I can recall happened right at the end of the game. One was a room with a gigantic head, reminiscent of Eileen's head in Silent Hill 4, and a room with a sliding door opening onto an infinite repetition of the same space. There's these tiny flashes of horror brilliance, glimpses of something genuinely unsettling that unfortunately are far and few between. Both of these examples happen inside Hinako's other world, with rarely any memorable moments happening within Ebisugaoka itself. The cornfield puzzle is the closest the town gets, and even then, it's a linear sequence the player must complete, not an optional discovery that deepens the world's lore. The radio as a mechanic is entirely absent, though I can forgive this due to the time period. Silent Hill F takes place in the 60s, and portable radios weren't introduced until 1954, and were not cheap. So the possibility of a teenage girl from a quiet rural village owning one isn't an outcome that would make much sense. Instead, like Silent Hill 4, enemies are often seen before they're heard, but we'll get to combat a little later. For now, we'll focus on the change in the philosophy of traversal as tension. Hinako has two speeds, a walk and a brisk run. Enemies are placed far enough away that once spotted, players have a chance to prepare, maneuvering themselves into the right position before advancing. As the game transitions from overworld exploration into tighter, dungeon-like otherworld sections, enemies are placed closer, frequently hiding behind walls and around corners, in an attempt to catch the player off guard. Combined with the claustrophobic looping layouts of the late game, you're often forced into quick decisions. Run blindly and hope you don't corner yourself, or turn and fight, with neither option feeling entirely like the optimal solution. All of this works together to reinforce a faster, more aggressive style of play. You are fast, the monsters are fast. Attack first or be attacked. Kill or be killed. For the walk pillar, Silent Hill F earns a variant for 1 point. Technically, the core loop is still intact. You walk, fight monsters, check locked doors, but it's the world that's providing feedback to that loop that has changed too much for it to be considered traditionally Silent Hill. Alleys bend and swerve, linking back into one another and encouraging the player to get lost in its world rather than planning to go either left or right. It all leads into what ultimately defines traversal in Silent Hill F, the shift in intent. Movement isn't cautious or investigative in the way it was in the earlier titles. Inching through a hallway is traded for moving quickly, reacting quickly, and being pushed into encounters that revolve around speed rather than tension. Like humans that all walk using the same 2 feet. One pair is old and prefers to walk. The other prefers to run. Reprising his role as series composer, Akira Yamaoka returns once again, delivering a soundtrack that, this time, sounds unlike anything the series had seen before, with a natural and ambient sound that wears its cultural inspiration on its sleeve, fitting neatly into the shift to rural Japan, while still carrying enough of Yamaoka's DNA to feel recognizably part of the franchise. I'm sure someone with a better understanding of sound could explain the specifics better than I can, but the truth is, the soundtrack is distinct. It cannot be mistaken for anything other than Silent Hill F. With that being said, the signature alone isn't enough to raise the OST to the same level as previous titles, and after a while, it just starts to feel samey. For me, the standout is the opening piece, Wandering in the Sorrow of Days Gone By. It's the one track that immediately sticks. The rest, unfortunately, blend together. There's a noticeable repetition of the same drum and flute combination across track after track. Each one sounds beautiful on its own, but when listening in sequence, the similarities start to become apparent, and the replayability drops off exponentially. It's a shame, because one of Silent Hill's strongest qualities has always been its musical range. The series can move from moody ambience to industrial horror without missing a beat. On that front, only one track in F truly captures that old shift in tone, A Night Stained by the Phantom Thieves. Outside of that, the soundtrack falls back into its usual set of instruments. I do think this was intentional. The grim, metallic, decaying aesthetic of the old games just isn't here. The environments are stunning and serene, populating the area with flowers opposed to blood, wood instead of concrete, and the soundtrack reflects that shift. And for the most part, it suits the new direction, but it comes at the cost of memorability. When you're standing next to the titles that gave us Theme of Laura, White Noise, You're Not Here, End of Small Sanctuary, Lisa's Theme, Tender Sugar, Room of Angel, the gap becomes hard to ignore. There's also an issue with the audio mixing. After every enemy encounter, you can hear the exact moment the combat music cuts off and switches back to ambience. Once you hear it, you cannot unhear it. It's small, but it is so distracting, and it happens every single time. The sound effects fare better. The same Japanese flavor that colors the soundtrack runs through the game's entire audio design in a genuinely brilliant way. The menus and pop-ups arrive with a bell chime. The wind pushes through the streets of Ebisugaoka, while Hinako's own breathing sharpens and strains in ways that convey the danger she's in. The monsters especially all have their own sound profiles that make them feel alive in the space, though we'll get to them later. If nothing else, Silent Hill F has an incredibly strong visual identity that is unmistakably its own. In the series' real first attempt to break away from the American mold and rebuild itself in a completely different culture and continent, there's an honest effort here to create a soundscape that can exist alongside the original games without trying to mimic them. But I do worry about the longevity of that identity. As of November 2025, Konami has publicly stated that Silent Hill F was both a commercial and critical success, and that they intend to keep expanding the world of Silent Hill going forward. Whether that means a direct sequel to F is coming, I'm not sure. What I'm more interested in is whether players actually want to return to Ebisugaoka, or Japan at all, and how much room the audio direction has left to grow. Would we be hearing the same drum and flute signature again? The same motif of beauty being framed through horror? Or would a change in era and setting open the door for more experimentation? Only time will tell. For the audio design pillar, Silent Hill F earns a variant. While the game retains its use of the franchise's longtime composer, Akira Yamaoka, F establishes a markedly different identity to its predecessors, swapping out the series' industrial rock and emotionally charged melancholic beats for an OST that feels almost mythical in its cultural flavour. But the distinct lack of variety between tracks, along with the repeated use of the same instruments, motifs, and music, pulls the soundtrack below the standard set by the earlier titles. As is tradition in Silent Hill, eventually the darkness is made real. But in the town of Ebisagalka, the rules we've established so far no longer apply. Since F is a prequel decades before Alessa's nightmare ever settled over the town of Silent Hill, F carries the responsibility of justifying its own darkness in a way that makes sense both for the setting and for Hinako's internal struggle. And that alone is a monumental task. Before we go any further, I want to make this absolutely clear. This is my interpretation. This game has been out for less than a year, and I have not lived with it the same way I have the other games. And if there was ever a Silent Hill story where the truth is deliberately buried beneath layers of metaphor, misdirection, personal trauma, and unreliable narration, it would be one written by Ryukishi. Nothing he writes is as simple as it seems. So I'm going to give this the most honest attempt I can, to piece together what Silent Hill F is really telling us about Hinako Shimizu, and how her nightmare fits into the larger mythos. Just keep in mind that there may be contradictions along the way, but that, for better or worse, is Silent Hill. So just as we had to understand Walter to understand the other world, first, we need to understand Hinako. Now I'm going to be telling the story out of its intended order, and including revelations earlier than what they would normally come much later in the game. So from this point onward, spoilers. And please excuse my Japanese pronunciation, I'm Australian. The game opens up to a heated argument between Hinako Shimizu, the youngest daughter of the Shimizu family, and her parents, Kanta and Kimi Shimizu. Hinako learns that in order to pay off his debts, Kanta had agreed to sell off Hinako into an arranged marriage. So let's take a step back and look at the underlying family dynamic. Kanta Shimizu is the definition of a patriarchal husband, a cowardly man who insists on being the head of the household while contributing nothing of value to it. Behind closed doors, Kanta is violent and cruel, exploding the moment anything disrupts his authority while appearing quiet and composed in the public eye. Kanta was once a fisherman, saving enough to open a restaurant with a longtime friend, a friend who eventually betrayed him, stole everything, and left him buried in debt. Kanta now spends his days rotting in the quiet town of Ebisagalka, drinking away the life he wanted, and taking the rest of his bitterness out on the family trapped with him. Beside him is Kimi, Hinako's mother, a woman Hinako once loved and relied on, but now sees her as pitiful, over the years becoming complicit in her husband's abuse. Believing that loyalty and endurance are virtues worth suffering for, Kimi believes that a woman's happiness begins with marriage, and no matter how many knives are thrown or tears shed is enough to challenge that belief. And it's for this reason that Hinako despises her, resenting the woman she had become. Hinako grows frustrated at her parents and storms out of the house, and it's here that her older sister Junko appears to comfort her. Hinako idolizes Junko as one of the kindest and prettiest people she knows, viewing her as a protector that will keep her safe until she is old enough to marry and leave the town for herself. But the kind and calm Junko we see here isn't the real Junko. In reality, that version has already gone, having left town to start a new life with her husband before the events of the game. What Hinako sees outside is a figment of her subconscious, wearing the shape that Hinako needed in that moment, the Junko she needed more than ever. It's a little tricky to explain, but the easiest way to digest it is that the moment Hinako steps out her front door, nothing seen takes place in physical reality. Everything that follows from this point is filtered through the fractured perspective of a broken mind, presenting 4 timelines, 3 of them of which highlight specific periods of Hinako's life, and one that walks between them, as they intersect, contradict, and bleed together to create a narrative that feels far more complicated than the conclusion it ultimately leads to. I couldn't help but draw parallels in the narrative to another Ryukishi work that kept coming to mind the further I got into Silent Hill F, Yumineko When They Cry. In Yumineko, a family is murdered on an isolated island, and every event is caught between two interpretations. The version where the murders were carried out by a human, and the version where they were committed by a witch. The protagonist refuses to believe in magic, which forces him to solve each death through logic alone. But as the story progresses, it becomes harder and eventually impossible to cleanly separate fact from fiction, as the narrative constantly contradicts, intersects, and bleeds together. Eventually, you're no longer trying to decide which version is true, but why the story needs both versions to exist at the same time. And I think the same sentiment was applied here, but used much less effectively. Once the game reveals the answer, everything else dissolves into internal symbolism. Nothing in between really changes the outcome because it's all happening inside Hineko's mental space, depending, of course, on your interpretation. You can make the same argument for Silent Hill 2. Both stories follow a protagonist wrestling with deeply personal trauma, navigating their own subconscious and trying to decipher what it's really saying. Both games begin the moment the main character mentally snaps and steps outside the front door. But where I draw the line between the two is in their clarity. James's story, for all its nuance, is simple at its core. He killed his wife, and creates a fantasy to avoid it, then slowly faces the truth of what he did. Here, the complexity enriches the simplicity instead of competing with it. Silent Hill F tries to do something similar, but the execution ends up working against itself. We have 4 timelines all trying to prove the existence of something bigger, when the actual explanation is tragically human. Of course, there's symbolism and subtext hidden within the mythological, but when the game starts treating those elements as if they are competing claims to an objective truth, things start to feel complicated for the sake of feeling complicated. And this isn't an issue with Silent Hill drawing on supernatural elements. It always has. The series began with the birth of a god through a child granted otherworldly power, in a town built on spiritual land. There's no version of the series where the supernatural isn't present. But the dilemma of Silent Hill F is it takes the philosophy behind Silent Hill 1's mythological spirituality and 2's grounded humanity, and then it asks you to decide which of the 2 realities is real, only for the answer to be they're both wrong and it's Silent Hill 3's headcanon that Heather was killing real people the whole time, only to then deduce they're both right, and all the mystical events actually did happen. There is evidence to support both outcomes, a world shaped by myth and a world based in reality. It's just... I know it feels like beating around the bush when all we're trying to do is understand what the otherworld in Silent Hill is. But there's 2 explanations, and I feel it's necessary to walk through the whole song and dance because, like Silent Hill F itself, the answer is simple. But how you arrive at it says everything about the otherworld and why I have the feelings I do towards this game. So, complicated answer first. As we've already covered, Ebisugaoka carries a long lineage of shifting spiritual belief, faith that moved from deity to deity over centuries, with the earliest and most feared being the ancient water dragon, a wrathful and poisonous water spirit believed to have come from a severed head of Yamato no Orochi, a legendary 8-headed serpent. The water dragon was believed to be the reason for the poisonous water erupting from the earth, the same phenomenon mentioned in the opening memo about the recent onsen geyser spewing noxious gas into the air, now referred to as the dragon's curse. To keep the town safe, the residents of Ebisugaoka turned to worship. Every 8 years, a living sacrifice was offered to the water dragon in hopes of appeasing it and preventing the land from releasing its poison once again. She shall be a maiden, fair and pure of heart, and the blood that flows through her veins shall be that which has been blessed by the stars and is beloved by fate. Let it be known that only the most suitable sacrifice shall quench the being's vicious thirst. The duty of finding such a sacrifice shall fall upon the head of this house. Drain from the sacrifice her blood, sparing not a drop, and add onto it wine that has been distilled 8 times over. Spare her body of its early viscera and fill it instead with rice that has been mixed with the master's saliva, before sealing it shut with needle and thread. In the dark shall the vessel rest undisturbed, until the redolent odour of wine rises from her skin. Adorn her in fine garments befitting a bride, then set her afloat on a raft of straw, so her blood wine may seep into the water's surface. Do this, and into the depth she shall sink, quelling the wrath that waits below. Over time, the faith of the village shifted.
During the Kamakura period, around the 1200s, devotion moved away from the water dragon and towards a 1,000-year-old cedar tree, believed to have absorbed the dragon's evil without the need for further sacrifice. A monk hailed the tree as divine and told the townspeople, "You who fear the water dragon's wrath, quake no more, for the beast grows weak and prepares for slumber. It is none other than this great tree that has sapped the evil from it. Devote yourselves to the great tree, and it shall keep that beast subdued until the end of time." Around the same era, the Tsukumogami faith spread throughout the region. The belief that everyday objects, once reaching a certain age, can one day become sentient spirits, or yokai. That belief attached itself to the divine tree as well, transforming it into an offbeat form of Tsukumogami, a spirit accustomed to receiving old, worn-out tools placed at its base of offerings. This lasted up until lightning struck the tree, burning it to ash. With the divine tree gone, the townspeople abandoned the Tsukumogami tree faith and the Senasuji shrine built around it. They turned instead to the next oldest thing in the village, an ancient, moss-covered Inari-sama statue, the god of harvests, fertility, and craftsmanship, who keeps the company of kitsunes as messengers and servants, which they now believed was responsible for sealing away the water dragon. As decades passed, Tsukumogami practices merged with Inari-sama worship. Offerings meant for the divine tree were redirected to Inari-sama. By the 1960s, Ebisu-gaoka recognized both Tsukumogami and Inari-sama as active forces protecting the land, though their overlap has created an ongoing rivalry with the townspeople. Two beliefs coexisting, both claiming ownership of the town's spiritual identity. And over time, their knowledge of the water dragon, Tsukumogami, and Inari-sama began to blur. The water dragon became a relegated myth, and it became common knowledge that Inari-sama had subdued it, sealing the spirit deep below the earth and restoring the land. And with that story came a warning passed from generation to generation. If the town ever lost faith in Inari-sama, the land would return to its poisoned, uninhabitable state. With the task of keeping the water dragon sealed now placed on Inari-sama's shoulders, the problem was swiftly dealt with, for now. Such a living sacrifice may no longer suffice to quell the wrath of the deep, so our ancestors saw fit to place a seal of immense power upon the being below. Upon the water, they set a great stone. Now, the being remains sealed away, unable to break free of its prison. However, earth cannot endure forever against the might of water. As its power wanes, the seal shall break. When the wrath rises once more, we shall be powerless to stop it. Upon the rock, our ancestors built a shrine, naming it Heaven's Benediction, so it could serve as a sanctuary for our clan. When Heaven's benediction falls, the wrath of the depths shall rage against the heavens themselves, and both man and land shall face calamity. When that time comes, the glory of Higa's gods shall wane, heralding the end of our clan. It is the duty of our family's head to ensure that Heaven's benediction will prosper for generations to come. It is the fate of our family's head that he shall prevent calamity from ever arising. Heaven's Benediction, also known as the Dark Shrine, is Silent Hill F's version of the Otherworld, a spiritual realm occupied by the Tsuneki clan, a family with close ties to Inari-sama, and the very space holding the water dragon from rising again. However, the stopgap implements would only remain useful for as long as Inari-sama remained the dominant god worshipped by the town, and if the lineage was to continue through the heir of the Tsuneki clan finding a bride with special blood. It is a core tenet of Shintoism that each land throughout all Japan is protected by its own deities. From this, people pray to the gods so that they and their lands might be blessed. In turn, their belief strengthens the gods and gives them the ability to better protect the land in a beneficial cycle of reciprocation. Thus, the bond between humans and gods is vital to the prosperity of both. If the underlying strength of this bond can indeed be explained through mortal blood, then the reason for the gods joining themselves in sacred matrimony to mortals who call their land home becomes evident. Perhaps it is through the addition of their blood that the bond between mortal and god is strengthened. And if this is true, then I should think that frequently upholding such forms of unification would be best for all involved. However, in practice, marital bonds between mortals and deity are vanishingly rare. It is a mystery why this is so. Or perhaps, I find the greater mystery to be, why was I chosen?
The other day, my honorable father-in-law told me that fate had smiled upon me, and that my blood had been blessed by the stars. If I attempt to interpret his words, I can only understand them to mean he believes that an intervention of good fortune or coincidence allowed me to be so connected with this house. However, I do not believe he meant to humble me with these words. Instead, I think his words should be taken more literally. My very blood was favored by fate. In the world of mortals, there exists rare individuals who possess non-ABO blood types. So, maybe having blood that was blessed by the stars simply means that I was born with a rare mutation. After all, there are many variations, some of which are as uncommon as 1 in 100,000 people. Perhaps when a human child who possesses blood that contains the power to deepen the bond between mortals and gods is born into a village, they are selected as a candidate for a heterogamous marriage. If such is the case, then it would explain why such partnerships are so infrequent. I wonder who shall be next to be welcomed into this world. If it is another child beloved by fate, then I would like to do all in my power to help their transition into a new life. Mayumi. From this, we can gather that a spirit's dominance as the town guardian can continue in one of two ways: through the collective worship of Ebisagalka's residents, or through unification of both a mortal with special blood and deity by the way of marriage. The girl from the letter is Mayumi Suzutani, the previous woman with special blood chosen to be married into the Tsuneki clan, with the next intended bride to the heir of the Tsuneki clan being none other than Hinako Shimizu. So, at this point, we have a clearer perspective of what exactly the Otherworld is: Heaven's Benediction, a shrine built atop a buried god, sustained through centuries of faith and arranged marriages to keep the water dragon asleep. And at the center of it sits the Tsuneki clan, living within the temple above its resting place, choosing a bride each generation to fuse mortal and divine to ensure their reign over the town of Ebisagalka. This is the complicated answer of what the Otherworld is. As for the simple answer, we're not quite there yet. First, we need to understand how Hinako fits into all of this. As a child, Hinako visited a park in Ebisagalka, where she met a young boy by the name of Kotayuki Fujitori, a child who lived alone with his mother. As the two played, they became friends, and sometime during their play, Kotayuki was bitten by a fox. Hinako helped him by scaring the fox away and tending to his wound, both unaware that the fox was a servant of Inari known as Shichibi, the seven-tailed fox and the local Inari Okami protecting the town of Ebisagalka. Kotayuki was then taken to the hospital where the doctors performed their examination. The patient had joined a group of children chasing down a fox that had wandered into the village. The fox then attacked the patient, leaving several lacerations on his face. The wound below his left eye is particularly deep and shows a considerable risk of scarring. During treatment, he suddenly fell unconscious and was measured with a fever of over 40 degrees. Emergency transfer of the patient to the prefectural hospital was requested. While the request for emergency transport was being made, I was left alone in the examination room with the patient. During this time, he briefly regained consciousness. When I rushed over and began calling his name, he responded, "Kotayuki, so that is my name." He remained expressionless, his face like an unmoving mask. His eyes were blank and glassy, not unlike those of a doll. At the very least, I did not note any of the usual symptoms of fever-induced disorientation. Immediately after, he again lost consciousness. As I did not accompany him, I do not know the details of what happened at the prefectural hospital, although such an episode can likely be attributed to a temporary disturbance in the patient's memory. As a long-practicing physician of Ebisagalka, I cannot help but be reminded of the local phenomenon, the fox possession. The patient was cleared to return home the following morning. When questioned during a follow-up examination, the patient responded that he felt completely fine. According to the patient's mother, however, Kotayuki was like a whole other boy and has been applying himself to his schoolwork harder than ever before. Around the same time, a curse began to travel through the Tsuneki family, killing every possible heir to the clan besides one boy in particular that was now the only remaining consideration: Kotayuki Tsuneki. See, Sachi Fujitori was once a housekeeper for the Tsuneki clan, where she had fallen in love and had an affair with Hidetoshi Tsuneki. Hidetoshi, in the midst of an arranged marriage, had then ended all of his secret relationships to focus on his wife-to-be, Mayumi Suzutani.
However, Sachi was already growing a life inside her, and Hidetoshi had changed his mind, promising that they would run away together. But before she knew it, Sachi was fired and cast out, driven to a far-off place where the Tsunekis could forget her existence, despite the piece of the family she carried with her. Time passed quietly. Kotayuki lived a normal life in Ebisugaoka. The Tsuneki clan continued to live in wealth and luxury, until Kotayuki was bitten by a fox and became possessed by Shichibi. Shichibi placed the curse upon the Tsuneki clan, killing Hidetoshi Tsuneki, Mayumi Suzutani, and their 4 children, cementing Kotayuki and by proxy Shichibi as the heir to the Tsuneki clan and fortune. With all the pieces in place, Inari-sama was primed to continue their reign as Ebisugaoka's guardian, using Kotayuki's expected arranged marriage to seek a woman of special blood, and the Tsuneki's fortune to build shrines, further expanding Inari-sama's worship. Soon after, Sachi received a letter from the head of the Tsuneki clan, Kotayuki's grandfather, instructing them to return as Kotayuki is now the only remaining heir to the clan, leaving behind a short letter left for Hinako. I know it's sudden, but I'm moving. I won't ever forget you, Hinako. Thank you for saving me. Kotayuki. Kotayuki Tsuneki, now heir to the clan and vessel for the town's guardian deity, had requested Hinako Shimizu as his bride. Hinako despises the idea of the choice being taken away from her and leaves the house, traversing the streets of Ebisugaoka to find Shu, her childhood friend. The youngest in a lineage of physicians for generations, Shu Awai is Hinako's longtime friend and partner, a pet name they'd refer to each other to symbolize their deep trust. As other teenage males would look down on the opposite sex, Shu had no issue with indulging Hinako's friendship, embracing her boyish side while seemingly respecting her autonomy and identity. Due to his family's history, Shu, by association, inherited a deep understanding of plants and flowers and their effects on the human body. Over time, Hinako learned to lean on Shu's intuition and ease of access to various medicines to remedy her constant pain. Hinako first started complaining of headaches in middle school. When I tried pinpointing their root cause, things always seemed to come back to stress arising from her poor relationship with her father. In other words, she was suffering from tension headaches. I first recommended that she use over-the-counter medicine, but soon she started asking for them more and more often. To counteract her growing dependence on pharmaceuticals, Shu introduced Hinako to a traditional Chinese medicine, a mixture of kudzu root and peony, meant to relieve the stress of the tension headaches. Shu's grandmother had also insisted that simply listening to a person's troubles can sometimes have an even greater effect. And for a while, it worked, and Hinako wholeheartedly believed in the power of Shu's herbal mix, unaware that the real relief came from being able to speak out loud the things she'd been carrying alone, the stress of her family and the fear of marriage. But as the arranged marriage drew closer, the medicine's effectiveness began to slip, and the need for something stronger became apparent. Shu then offers something stronger, giving Hinako a box labeled cold medicine, a carton of red and white pills containing a medicine known as Kakura Makakura, a name taken from an old Nagasaki dialect referring to nesting structures. Kakura Makakura is made from a single ingredient, the seeds of the hakuso plant. Hakuso is notoriously difficult to cultivate as it requires a very specific environment in which to grow. Rarely found in the wild, this precious medicinal herb is so prized that it has earned itself the title, the flower of the gods. According to folklore, the herb can give one the ability to converse with gods, visit their lands, and even awaken dormant powers. With the manifold divine experiences this herb is rumored to provide, it is no surprise that numerous legends talk to kinds journeying to find it under the belief it holds the key to immortality. When ground, its seeds are said to smell of peaches. While never explicitly stated, there's more than enough here to deduce that this isn't the first time we've seen this flower. A perennial herb found near water, reaches height of 10 to 15 inches. Oblong leaves, white blossoms, seeds contain hallucinogen. Ancient records show it was used for religious ceremonies. The hallucinogenic effect was key. This report, as it turns out, isn't from Silent Hill F at all, but found in Silent Hill's police station in the very first game.
identifying the flower under a different name altogether, White Claudia. As we already know, White Claudia, or Hakuso, was the main ingredient used to create PTV, the psychoactive drug manufactured by the cult and distributed through the town by Michael Kaufman, as well as fed to Lisa Garland, who, just like Hinako Shimizu, developed a crippling addiction to the substance. I began taking this medicine out of desperation. My first impression was that it smells like peaches and is faintly sweet. After taking it before bed for the past 3 nights, I had my first lucid dream. For the whole night, I was able to organize my thoughts in a pleasant darkness. Was this what the tales mean when they said the drug allowed you to speak with your inner self? I've heard that taking vitamin B6 makes it easier to remember dreams. However, I'm sure its effectiveness depends on factors like dosage and body composition. At any rate, this has been a letdown so far. It has now been 2 weeks since I began taking Kakura Makakura. I've observed no physical changes. If anything, I've been falling asleep and waking with ease. I have lucid dreams on average of once every 2 days. When I do, I feel neither the passage of time nor exhaustion, which allows me to become lost in thought. However, today, I was met with startling results. In my dread, there was another version of myself who spoke to me. The other version of myself and I have talked for many nights now. Through these fervent discussions, I have come to the conclusion that Hinako needs to speak to her inner self, just as I have. It's clear she's not currently in her right mind. Why else would she even consider accepting that farce of a marriage that has been pushed upon her otherwise? There's no point in trying to force Hinako's opinion to change. She must make this realization for herself for it to stick. If she could just talk to her other self within her dreams, I'm positive she could be led back to rationality. And then, she would realize just who truly has her best interests in mind. At Hinako's request, Shu continued supplying her with more and more pills, right up until the day of the wedding. By this point, Hinako, in a frantic, delusional overdose, mentally snaps. Inside the shrine where the wedding is held, she kills several people, including Shu, before returning home and murdering both of her parents.
Earlier, I said that there were 2 explanations, a complicated one and a simple one. Everything we've talked about up until now has been necessary for you to understand both, and then for you to decide which narrative you think is the correct one. I have my own theories and interpretations, but I'm going to lay out all of the logic so you arrive at your own conclusion.
Let's position the simple and complicated answers to instead be the grounded and mythological interpretation of events. Everything I've explained so far has been a blend of the two, presented exactly as the game reveals them, but they can be separated, at least to a degree. So let's start with the grounded interpretation. In this interpretation, we treat the mythological framework as a construction of Hinako's mind. As Hinako consumes the Hakuso, she draws on everything she's experienced, her upbringing, village folklore, local religion, and reinterprets those pieces into something grander than what's actually happening. Under this lens, nothing beyond the real-world events inside Ebisugaoka is considered canon. So, Hinako visits the park and meets Kotayuki, a quiet boy from town who, behind the scenes, is the illegitimate child of the wealthy Tsuneki family. He's bitten by a fox while chasing it, leaving deep cuts across his face. Hinako comes to Kotayuki's aid, and this small act of kindness leaves a lasting impact that would eventually lead to an obsessive infatuation with Hinako. After being taken to the hospital, Kotayuki begins showing symptoms consistent with a fox-borne illness, likely a fever derived from rabies. When he returns home, his mother Sachi notes that he's acting like a whole different boy, and suddenly he's dedicated to his studies and pushing himself harder than ever. If we strip away the supernatural lens and ignore the idea that he was possessed by Shichibi, this behavior reads far more like a boy trying to better himself for someone he cares about, someone he's trying to impress. There's no real narrative need for Shichibi possessing Kotayuki to suddenly improve his grades if the intention was to become the next heir to the Tsuneki clan. As he grows older and is expected to choose a bride, Kotayuki chooses the girl who showed him kindness as a child, the girl he continued writing to over the years, Hinako Shimizu.
The Shimizu family, drowning in debt, accepts the offer. Hinako's father agrees to hand her over in exchange for enough money to save himself. Though the pressure of an arranged marriage that goes against her own autonomy and beliefs begins to crush Hinako, she becomes dependent on Shu's medication, Hakura Makakura, a drug with known hallucinogenic effects, and eventually spirals out of control. In a state of overdose hysteria, she massacres the wedding guests at the shrine, continues her spree through the streets of Ebisugalka, the monsters representing real people, harkening back to Vincent's line, "They look like monsters to you," before finally returning home to kill her parents. Everything else in between is a drug-induced hallucination that draws from her memories, her fears, her experiences, and everything that the town stands for. However, if we were to consider the grounded interpretation as canon, the story starts to collapse. A level of ignorance is required when considering many of the notes throughout the game, and the unanswered questions end up giving more weight to the mythological explanation. How did Hidetoshi, Mayumi, and their children die? The reports describe their bodies as covered in sores, skin sloughing off, and an indescribably awful smell. If mythology isn't on the table, then what caused it? The only realistic answer would be environmental poisoning. Perhaps the Tsuneki clan lived close to the geyser, receiving a concentrated amount of noxious gas. An article states as much, that individuals have been hospitalized due to the gas, with visible sores and other maladies. Then there's the autopsy report. A body was described as severely malnourished, with the calvarium split open as if it had burst from the inside. No evidence of human interference, and no other possible explanation apart from the man being suspected of blaspheming against the Inari faith. And multiple bodies with similar unexpected conditions came before. In one of the endings, Hinako defeats Kotayuki in his fox form, and a radio broadcast announces a full eruption of the onsen geyser and orders the evacuation of Ebisugalka. If this isn't the consequence of defeating Inari-sama, thus nulling the marriage and the Fox clan losing power over the town, in turn freeing the water dragon once again, what could it be? A coincidence? A part of Hinako's delusion? If this is all meant to be rationalized, the story doesn't provide anything close to a rational answer. There are inconsistencies everywhere that refuse to show a clear through line of events that can reasonably justify the grounded interpretation as the definitive one. So if we can't rely on grounded, all that's left is mythological. But to acknowledge this is a big pill to swallow, while even still considering the history of Silent Hill's consistent use of supernatural elements. Let's say that the gods are real, just like they have been in the past. The water dragon, Tsukumogami, Inari-sama. There is a very real war happening between the gods, all vying over the control of Ebisugalka and Hinako herself. Shichibi/Kotayuki needs Hinako due to her special blood and its power to increase their influence through marriage. Tsukumogami, the old god of tools that appears to Hinako in the form of the doll, needs her since she is in the prime position to take Inari-sama out by the use of the sacred sword cleansed with the red liquid, also known as Aglafotis, the very same ingredient found in Silent Hill 1 and 3 that holds the power to dispel demonic forces, to rid the Tsuneki clan of their place on top of the rock that holds the water dragon captive. Once the water dragon is free, the divine tree is once again able to absorb water from below, restore itself, and claim its place as the reigning deity. Through this proxy war for their own agendas, the gods present themselves through Hinako's personal conflict, existing in a vacuum that centers entirely around her. I could wholeheartedly believe this interpretation, since it lines up with Hinako's use of Hakuso that allows her to connect and converse with gods. Whether or not it was actually happening is besides the point. They existed under the pretense of Hakuso. But it's when they exist outside the scope of Hinako's drug use that they are now rendered moot. The gods exist whether or not the pills are taken at all. For example, we have the water dragon responsible for the onsen geysers erupting as Inari-sama's control begins to weaken. We also have the wedding itself. The effects of Hakuso state that the individual will fall into a temporary state of unconsciousness, potentially leaving them vulnerable to malevolent spirits. During this state, where Hinako visits Heaven's benediction, she meets Kotayuki, performs the various matrimonial sacrifices, and is wed to Kotayuki. If this is meant to be taken literally, and this is the marriage between Hinako and Kotayuki,
then what does this wedding mean, if not the exact same marriage between Hinako and Kotayuki? There must be a real-world counterpart of Kotayuki. There's no other explanation besides the otherworld being a symbolic allegory for the real world. I would submit to the gods being proactively made real through some sort of strange supernatural happenstance a la Alessa in her Conjuring of Gods and Fears. But these gods have existed for centuries. And to take it even further, after getting the Wedding Massacre ending and starting again on New Game Plus, you're tasked with completing the game again while actively avoiding the use of Shu's pills. In doing so, the game changes and new endings and story are revealed. But what confuses me more than anything is why the supernatural elements become more and more prevalent after the effects of Kakura Makakura begin to subside. It begs the question if the pills are even needed at all. I can understand that they can't create a whole new second game for New Game Plus without any monsters or gods. But why go further into the mythological when it makes so much more sense to go in the other direction and explain the more grounded side of events? It all leads me to the conclusion that one interpretation cannot exist without the other. The mythological both does and does not exist. It both is and isn't. But I ask, to what end? To what end is the complication justified in its existence? If not for Hinako, if not for the lore of Silent Hill, if not for the player to peel back the layers of subtext when the answers are intentionally obscured, then who is this duality for? All that's left is the is and the isn't, the metaphorical in-between, a space engineered for endless discourse among fans about what is and isn't. And it wouldn't be so bad if all of this, all of the confusion, all of the explanation, everything served a greater purpose. Beneath every layer of mythological excess, of supernatural spectacle, of narrative ambiguity that fights so hard to keep you in the dark, you arrive at a truth that is crushed beneath the weight of itself. Taking women's autonomy away is bad. If that feels a little disingenuous, here's a longer version. At the heart of it all, Silent Hill F is about the loss of personal identity. The erosion of self under the pressure of family, tradition, duty, and patriarchal pressure. The way society takes a girl who wants a future of her own making and reshapes it into something compliant and useful. The tragedy is that none of this is presented as unusual within her community. The forces that limit women are woven into every aspect of Hinako's life. Kotayuki's goal never wavers, insisting that he can make her happy being her husband. Shu believes he knows what's best for Hinako, going as far as feeding her pills in order to make her unclean as a bride. The game's endings resolve in Hinako either marrying a man, running away with another man, or eventually returning to a man. Even the UFO ending places her back in the care of the very man that kicked off Hinako's spiral. Every route places her life in orbit around men who believe they should shape it. Even when she tries to escape, the story bends her trajectory back into choices defined by someone else's desire. In every version of her life, the choice is never truly hers. Hinako both is and isn't in control of her fate. She both is and isn't empowered by the supernatural forces surrounding her. She both is and isn't the protagonist of her own story. As true to the nature of Silent Hill F, the score for the Otherworld pillar is complicated. The game builds a space that clearly resembles an Otherworld, but the engine behind it works differently from the one that defined the series. Depending on your interpretation of events, the Otherworld both is and isn't shaped by Hinako's consciousness. It mirrors her challenges of identity, but it doesn't originate from her psyche, or maybe it does. It sits inside the liminal space, unable to commit to either option entirely. And that's why this pillar lands a half point between off-model and variant. That was a lot. But with the bulk of the story that's left up to interpretation now out of the way, we're quickly approaching the end. Only a few pillars left, and I promise these are pretty straightforward. We're nearly there. As with every Silent Hill game, the nightmare belongs to someone. The town bends around a psyche in crisis, shaping itself from either fear, guilt, repression, or denial. As we've seen in Silent Hill F, from the beginning of the game to the very end, everything seen happens entirely within Hinako's head. The town, the people in it, and even the monsters are built from memories and experiences derived from Hinako. Over the course of the game, Hinako experiences her own psyche from 4 different viewpoints, each writing a chapter that challenges another, forming an argument for and against the idea of marriage. These 4 selves can be understood as the observer, fox, adolescent, and bride Hinako. The observer is the Hinako we play as, the one experiencing her own psyche from within during an overdose of Kakura Makakura on her wedding day. By this time, Hinako is in her 20s, but she chooses to perceive herself as a teenager, an age where choice still felt possible. Fox Hinako is the part of her that entertains the idea of marriage. She allows herself to be drawn in by Kotayuki, convincing herself she can be happy, love, and be loved, and ultimately follows the rituals expected of her, giving her hand in marriage, branding herself to the Tsuneki clan, and losing her own identity in the process. Adolescent Hinako is everything she once was, wishes to be, though no longer is. A version of herself that still believes in possibility and hope, things no longer afforded to the observer Hinako. And finally, bride Hinako, the outcome she feared most. A version of her shaped entirely by others, stripped of anything she once valued. Due to the effects of Kakura Makakura, the selves often interact in both dialogue and open conflict, vying for control to become the emergent ideology, and depending on which ending you get, reflects as much. It's cleverly done and invites a wealth of subtext to dig into, something that I'm sure will be discussed for years to come as more discoveries are made. For the authorship pillar, Silent Hill F's nightmare is shaped around the protagonist rather than an external figure, mirroring James's journey through his own psyche far more than the original walk through Alessa's nightmare. Because the world's driving force is inner conflict as opposed to traumatic projection, the pillar earns a variant score for 1 point. We can also award personal space the same score for the same reason, reflecting Silent Hill 2's approach rather than 1's, in that we're traversing spaces inspired by our own nightmare instead of someone else's. Silent Hill F approaches its monster design in a way that feels right at home, using the enemy's identity to reinforce the story and reflect the state of the mind behind it. Visually, newcomer monster designer Kira delivers entities that can both resonate and repulse at the same time, striking a balance that fits perfectly within the game's themes and culture. Each monster reflects Hinako's experience, shaped by fears, and the parts of herself that are constantly at odds with one another. However, in what feels like a stark contrast to the level of interpretation required to unpack the narrative, monster designs end up surprisingly on the nose. Even if the player were to spend some time to speculate and build theories about what each creature represents, the game unfortunately undercuts that ambiguity by offering an official explanation in Hinako's journal, laying out in plain detail exactly what each form is meant to symbolize. Kashimashi, meaning noisy, takes its name from the proverb Onasanen yoreba kashimashi, when 3 women gather, it is noisy. Kashimashi are naked, doll-like women who've endured extreme physical trauma, staggering toward Hinako with knives and attacking on sight. As Hinako says herself, "I wonder if it wants to hurt me the same way it was hurt." Ayakishi takes its name from spirits said to appear on the surface of water, while Kakashi refers to a scarecrow. True to the name, these monsters are still when observed, but as Hinako turns away, they attack, representing the classmates that bullied her. Ara Abe is quite literally a mass of meat, a direct reflection of Hinako's father, Kanta Shimizu, wielding the same knife he once threw at her during their argument about the arranged marriage. Ara, meaning a surprised emotion, and Abe, to rage, captures how Hinako sees him, a hulking lump of meat with a large mouth, lashing out until everyone before it is cut down. Irohihi combines iro, meaning appearance, and hihi, a baboon-like creature, forming a derogatory term for a dirty old man or pervert. Fittingly, Irohihi sport a large belly and exaggerated tongue, crawling on all fours and swiping at Hinako before lunging in to lick her face, a counterpart to the lustful older men of Ebisagalka. Hinako's own description says as much. The greedily staring eyes, the greasy palms, the disgusting way it acts all chummy with me, all of it is completely repulsive. What's more, it never even bothers the guys. A strange line for her to write, considering she never actually sees an Irohihi interact with anyone but herself at any point in the game. Corruptors are an amalgamation of faces that spit corrosive fluid, embodying the opinions and judgment of strangers hurled at Hinako. Oi amoi, loosely meaning, hey, heave with emotion, takes the form of a conglomerate of Hina dolls, objects associated with childhood, its design suggesting the decay and corruption of innocence. Dark Hatcher, well, I'm sure this one speaks for itself. Silent Hill F also includes boss encounters, though those fall more cleanly into the ending pillar since their symbolism is fairly obvious. Overall, the design of the monsters slots perfectly into Hinako's internal struggle. There's no mistaking the roster of Silent Hill F's monsters with any other game, and they fulfill their role of being unsettling, memorable, and most importantly, contributing to the story's emotional throughline. For the monster design pillar, Silent Hill F earns a direct hit for 2 points. The fragility pillar has been the section I have been dreading from the start, because I have a lot of things to say, and very little of it is positive. So let me begin with what does work. The narrative cohesion between gameplay and narrative, specifically the logic behind Hinako's arsenal, is nothing short of genius. Due to the town's faith in Tsukumogami, the god of tools that eventually shifted to Inari-sama, the residents of Ebisagalka were encouraged to place their worn tools at shrines rather than throwing them away. That simple tradition explains why weapons appear near save points, why they're scattered around town, and why they constantly break. Once Hinako enters Heaven's benediction, the weapons stop breaking, mirroring the way marriage is framed as a woman's entry into an easier life. But for me, it also raised an important question. Was the narrative shaped around weapon fragility, or was weapon fragility retrofitted to justify the narrative? With that out of the way, let's talk about fragility and combat. Silent Hill F approaches enemy engagement very differently from the original trilogy, shifting once again towards combat as a primary focus. In the opening hours of the game, it's difficult to feel what kind of philosophy was at work. Hinako slowly wanders through the foggy streets, listening and exploring, and her vulnerability matches her character. And then, the fog monster appears. Escape from the fog monster. From this single objective, a lot is said. First, Crash Bandicoot chase sequence. Second, it's strange this moment exists at all, and stranger that it's framed this way. This is the only time Shiramuku, Bride Hinako, appears as an active threat to the player besides the final confrontation. Narratively, I understand why Bride Hinako pursues Observer Hinako, but the encounter itself and the role Shiramuku fulfills in relation to the player could have been so much more impactful without resorting to an outdated set-piece structure, Crash Bandicoot chase sequence. Imagine if Shiramuku carried the presence of Nemesis or Pyramid Head, having Shiramuku appear if the player spends too long in one place, drifting into frame like a bride slowly walking down the aisle. Relegating Shiramuku to a single encounter, referring to her as the fog monster for one brief set piece, feels entirely wasted for a character that is meant to represent Hinako's greatest fear. But I understand that games often open with a hook, an opening moment before the game slows down. Silent Hill 1 had the siren, Silent Hill 3 had the amusement park. But where I'd argue Silent Hill F is inferior in this aspect is in character framing. Heather is a teenager alone in a nightmare. Harry is a father out of his depth. Their unwinnable intros empower the monsters around them. Hinako's intro does the opposite. As imposing as Shiramuku is, you can simply outrun her. Then she's gone. Soon after, Hinako encounters her first real enemy, Kashimashi. And this encounter actually works. Without a weapon, Hinako must run.
But Caleb, didn't you just say you didn't like running away?
Let me explain. First, Crash Bandicoot chase sequence. Second, Shiramuku is a much larger threat narratively compared to the countless Kashimashi strewn throughout the game. Third, the Kashimashi sequence gives the player agency, while the Shiramuku chase removes it. The Shiramuku encounter puts Hinako on rails. You sprint through a linear corridor. It's a set piece that tells you how to feel rather than just feeling it. The Kashimashi encounter is the opposite. You can choose to stay or run, even if one option is obviously dangerous. If you take damage, then you have the option again to stay or run. And as you flee through the streets of Episagaoka, hearing them creak and scratch behind you, the moment you look up and see them jumping across rooftops in an effort to catch you. Brilliant, 10 out of 10. In this moment, I felt a genuine sense of dread as the Kashimashi give chase, cutting you off and forcing you to circle around to find an escape. In this instance, the game captures a unique sense of helplessness that Silent Hill should evoke, trapped in a nightmare surrounded by the unknowable. I wish there was more of this. This is what I genuinely believe should have been the core philosophy of engagement. You run, you hide, you take any chance you can to get away from impending doom. Hinako even describes herself in her diary as a talented track runner. This is her unique trait that should have given her the edge over the monsters. She runs from responsibility, from the conversation about marriage, from Shiramuku. It just fits thematically and mechanically. But that's not the direction the game takes. Eventually, Hinako finds the Silent Hill trademarked steel pipe and, well, the game shifts into something else entirely. Let's look at her loadout. Hinako, for better or worse, has a wide variety of attacks and defenses at her disposal. Light attack, heavy attack, focus attack, counter attack, and dodge. Compared to every other protagonist in the series, she is by far the most agile and the most offensively capable, stringing together combos, slowing down time to find a weak spot, dodging around and finishing them off with a heavy counterattack. Hinako is more than equipped to deal with the horrors faced before her. I have the same feeling towards the combat here as I do with Silent Hill 4. It doesn't fit and it doesn't work. Bullet time, focus bars, hit stop animations. These things don't belong in survival horror. They don't belong in Silent Hill. All of them work together to make Hinako, and by extension the player, feel powerful. I don't want the game to freeze frame just to show me how hard Hinako hit something. I don't want her to feel strong under any circumstance, let alone against the very first enemy. To the game's credit, there are mechanics meant to even the scales. You juggle health, healing, attacking, and weapon durability. Enemies hit hard and approach in staggered, unpredictable movements. Hinako then gains access to Omamori, passive perks that tilt the odds slightly back in her favor. And as the game progresses, the encounters grow in size and complexity. You can see the intended rhythm, a tug-of-war between empowerment and vulnerability. But if the foundation those systems rest on isn't enjoyable, if the very basics of interacting with enemies feels misplaced, then the escalation of said mechanics only serves to increase the feelings of frustration and boredom. My main contention here is that the combat of Silent Hill F overstays its welcome. Enemy encounters by the halfway point became more of a nuisance than anything, and the sensation of fragility, that fear of confrontation, had long since dissipated. And around the halfway point, I started to question whether I was playing a Silent Hill game at all, or even a survival horror game.
Yes, it's time to talk about the arm.
Towards the middle of the game, as Hinako progresses through Heaven's Benediction, Kotayuki invites her to undergo a series of rituals that symbolically reflect the pieces of identity surrendered through marriage. She brands her back, removes her face, and severs her own arm, literally giving her hand in marriage. In return, the arm is replaced with a limb of a fox. In losing her agency through the loss of her individuality, she gains a new agency, gifted to her by her role she's accepted as a wife. But as thoughtful as that connection is, the fox arm and its existence as a mechanic is something that does not belong here. If this transformation were limited to a short narrative sequence, justified for whatever narrative reason, I'd have a little more grace, but Hinako's form is permanently changed, and the fox arm becomes a standard part of her toolkit for every Otherworld section that follows. Visually, mechanically, tonally, the idea of a supposedly fragile survival horror protagonist suddenly gaining a massive supernatural arm that turns monsters into fodder feels fundamentally wrong with Silent Hill. I understand why it exists. I appreciate the symbolism, but there must have been a better solution that would have preserved the metaphor and keep the player grounded in survival horror. Have a new move where Shiramuku flashes on screen to drag a monster away, or out of Hinako's path to marriage. Have the hand bearing Kotayuki's ring grant a small damage boost with one-handed weapons. Have a punch that kills an enemy instantly but visibly darkens her hand every time she uses it. Just something, anything that reinforces the narrative without transforming the game into a supernatural brawler. The fox arm is loud and goofy and completely at odds with the mechanic the entire game was built around. To compensate for Hinako's newfound power, the game simply throws more enemies at her until the combat devolves into endurance trials rather than any semblance of meaningful tension. It is an absolute chore to slog through, and the game suffers because of it. It's exhausting, it's repetitive, and it drags the entire game down. In Silent Hill, fragility should come from the protagonist, their limitations, their fear and inability to meet the world on its own terms. It should come from the narrative, from the psychological wounds the character carries. When fragility works, it reinforces the horror. It makes every encounter meaningful because you feel out of your depth, your grounded human nature against an otherworldly, unknowable torment. But in Silent Hill F, fragility doesn't come from Hinako. The story frames her as one of the most vulnerable protagonists the series has ever had. A girl suffocated by tradition, losing her agency, her identity, her future, and trying to outrun the life chosen for her. It's everything a survival horror lead should be, yet none of that sentiment translates into moment-to-moment gameplay. Hinako is agile and evasive, a force to be reckoned with. She gains systems and perks and weapons that all serve to indulge a power fantasy, fighting back against oppression, against the patriarchy, and win back what was rightfully hers. But the mechanics contradict the fiction. And the game knows this. The only reason the combat reaches the heights it does is because it's working towards a narrative where Hinako rises above the pressure placed on her, finds her identity, and reforges herself into something new. But every ending of the game discredits that arc. Hinako chooses a marriage, or chooses to run back to immaturity, or chooses to eventually consider marriage again. The only path that avoids the institution entirely is the one where she dismantles herself completely. To what end then does the narrative give the combat life if its conclusion is to deny it? Why build a system about fighting back when every ending insists the fight was unwinnable? By pretending Hinako's fight could ever matter, the game undermines everything that does. For the fragility pillar, Silent Hill F earns an off model for 0 points. Puzzle design, as with many other elements of the game, complements the overall story and cultural significance in a way that feels respectful to Silent Hill's past while embracing its future. Visually, the puzzles land effectively. The consistent attention to theming and the way each puzzle is grounded in its specific place and time adds a sense of authenticity. Nothing feels out of place, and that alone is worth commending. Depending on your difficulty, the game's 12 puzzles, plus the 2 exclusive to New Game Plus, range from blatantly easy, where the game essentially hands you the answer, to borderline impossible, where a single solution demands the next hour of your life. If Shakespeare was the cultural anchor for Silent Hill 3, then Japanese history and folklore served that role for Silent Hill F. Paired with translation quirks in the English version, higher difficulties can quickly turn from challenging to outright tedious. I played on easy puzzle difficulty because puzzles for me work as breathing room, a pause in the tension rather than the point of it. but I watched my brother play Lost in the Fog difficulty, and every time I jumped into the Discord call, over the course of an hour, he was still stuck on the first puzzle. The standout here is unquestionably the Scarecrow fields, a puzzle that asks players to pair scarecrows with the correct clue, purely through body language. One hint reads, "Can you imagine how I feel? I'll put on my polite smile for now." Only one scarecrow is smiling, and removing its nail points you towards the next clue. Guess wrong, and it attacks you. I genuinely love this, and it's a novel take that marries puzzle, action, and narrative while accentuating the character development once you know who the scarecrows represent. On the opposite end, you have puzzles that are simply too difficult for their own good. The mural, the final puzzle, changes each playthrough based on difficulty and which ending you're headed toward. You're tasked with placing the crests in their correct position, but there is no indication whether the crests inserted are right or wrong until the puzzle itself is completed correctly, relying solely on metaphor and trial and error until it's correct. There's a heavy reliance here on parsing which parts of a clue actually matter, filtering metaphor from flavor text, and with mistranslations and awkward phrasing appearing throughout the English release, it's hard not to wish for fewer note-heavy solutions. For the puzzle pillar, despite uneven difficulty and occasional frustration born from localization, Silent Hill F's puzzle design remains in line with the series' philosophy. The puzzles reinforce theme, place, culture, and atmosphere in ways that feel both authentic and modern to the series, and in their best moments, show a level of creativity that honors the franchise's legacy. Even when the execution momentarily falters, the underlying design is inherent to what came before. For puzzle design, Silent Hill F earns a direct hit for 2 points. As the story reaches a head and the darkest pieces of the protagonist's psyche come to light, traditionally the game enters its nowhere state. Silent Hill F handles this tradition differently. There is a nowhere sequence near the end in the form of the Shimizu residence, a loose recreation of her home that literally loops on itself as Hinako rediscovers memories that were better left buried. On its own, it checks every box. Environments are stitched together without rhyme or reason, and all the while, enemies are littered around each and every corner. But its impact lands softer than expected, because by the time we arrive here, Silent Hill F has already been operating under Nowhere's logic the entire game, meaning the Shimizu residence isn't so much a break from reality as it is a more obvious expression of the structure. In that sense, Silent Hill F both fulfills the pillar and dilutes it. It's a reinterpretation of the concept that I don't mind, since the matter of the game being unreal isn't explained as much as it is implied. Without the context of the additional playthroughs, endings, and notes, the Nowhere section plays out exactly how you would expect it on a first-time playthrough. It's not bad, but it's also not one I'd place as high as the others. The lack of descent, feeling like you're crossing a boundary into a place you shouldn't be. The Shimizu residence is memorable, but visually is more or less the same aesthetic as the majority of the game, with only a few novel spatial gimmicks in between. It's effective, but it could have been pushed further. For the Nowhere pillar, Silent Hill F ultimately earns a score that reflects the middle ground. A game that understands the concept, executes part of it well, but never fully commits to the vision. A variant of the concept for 1 point. In a first for Silent Hill, but far from a first for Ryukishi, once the game is complete and the credits roll, the story is far from over. A hallmark of Ryukishi's work in Higurashi and Yumineko is the idea of restarting the game and continuing the story. In their respective games, each restart becomes a new fragment, an alternate timeline observed by a higher entity. In the case of Silent Hill F, that higher entity is the player. Once New Game Plus begins, additional cutscenes, notes, bosses, areas, and endings become available, revealing context the first playthrough intentionally withholds. What appears to be the canonical ending, Coming Home to Roost, is actually just the starting point, a fragment depicting Hinako's wedding day massacre triggered by her overdose on Kakura Makakura. But once the player restarts with this knowledge in hand, the story immediately shifts. When the game is restarted, the player is then instructed not to take Shu's pills. If the player is successful in not using any pills, as well as obtaining the Agara no Hote-sama, Aglafotis, the second ending, Fox's Wedding, is achieved. In this ending, Fox Hinako drinks the Aglafotis and destroys adolescent Hinako, the other half influenced by the divine tree Tsukumogami, essentially erasing the part of herself that denied the thought of marriage. Shu comes to Hinako's defense and attacks Kotayuki, but Hinako explains her feelings and sides with Kotayuki, believing that while she wishes for things to stay the same, there's hope in the future of marriage with a man she's come to love, despite its arrangement. Shu admits to his role in supplying Hinako the pills, despite knowing their danger in an attempt to throw off the wedding, unhappy with the idea of Hinako disappearing into someone else's life. As Shu comes to terms with his actions, a fog descends as Tsukumogami's influence begins to fill Shu, claiming him as his vessel. The two battle and Hinako emerges victorious. Shu reluctantly gives his blessing, warning Kotayuki to never make her unhappy. Kotayuki claims that Hinako now belongs to him, while Shu rebuttals, claiming that Hinako was always his, before they finally put aside their differences for Hinako's sake. The wedding is complete, and Hinako stands at Kotayuki's side as they go inside. Hinako expressing her feelings of fear and sadness at the thought of turning into her mother, her identity completely removed. The third ending, Fox Wets Its Tail, requires players to avoid the red pills again, but instead of obtaining Aglafotis, the sacred sword is required. Hinako, still under the influence of Tsukumogami, defying the influence of the Fox clan and Dinari-sama, faces off against her Fox self. However, this time, there is no Aglafotis to dispel her negative feelings. Fox Hinako transforms into Bride Hinako, or Shiramuku, and the two battle. Partway through, Kotayuki intervenes and protects Fox Hinako, asking how she had entered the sacred grounds and therefore allowed Tsukumogami inside. Shu then attacks Kotayuki before he transforms into his fox self, and a boss battle ensues. Hinako is victorious and Kotayuki admits defeat, telling Hinako to leave and that he'll settle matters on his own. Hinako and Shu then leave together, choosing to keep things just the way they were. A radio broadcast then plays, reporting the eruption of the onsen geysers and the spread of the hydrogen sulfide gas, leading to the evacuation of Episagaoka. In the game's joke ending, the Great Space Invasion, Hinako, Shu, and Rinko walk through an empty Episagaoka, theorizing the disappearances to the result of aliens, snatching humans and claiming their identities. Roboko then appears, a robot Sakuko built to seek out aliens and destroy them, explaining that the Sakuko that died in the beginning was actually an alien destroyed by Roboku. Hinako's parents arrive to take her home, stating that they'll make her favorite dinner, which is actually Junko's favorite. Mira from Silent Hill 2's dog ending then pilots the UFO as the credits roll. Hinako also receives the PP-8001, a lightsaber-esque alien weapon that can be used even with no durability. In the game's true ending, Episagaoka in Silence requires the red pills to be avoided, the sacred sword to be obtained and cleansed, and to at least achieve a second ending already and offer a brooch to the ancient Jizo statue. Hinako enters the temple once again and speaks to Junko, insisting that both of their roles in marriage were forced and that the two should fight back against it. Fox Hinako appears and the two finally see eye to eye, realizing that one shouldn't have to die for the other to live. And as their differences are put aside, the deities influencing them, Shichibi and Tsukumogami, take matters into their own hands, forcing them to fight. Kotayuki appears and breaks the spell, as Kyubi, the nine-tailed fox and true form of Kotayuki's ancestor, or grandfather, as well as the original entity possessing the Tsuneki clan, begins to speak through him. Fox Hinako and adolescent Hinako are then placed in battle against their respective influences, Kyubi and Tsukumogami, with both Hinakos emerging victorious. Kotayuki escorts them out of the temple, explaining Kyubi has had too much to drink for his first wedding in many moons. As the Hinakos depart, they state that if the love that Kotayuki gave was real, and not the result of an infatuation with special blood, they hope to meet again someday after careful consideration, instead of being forced into it, returning one day on her own terms. Hinako then returns to the real Episagaoka, finally reunited as a whole. Over the years, Hinako and Kotayuki continue to write to each other, Kotayuki learning to embrace his inner child and reclaim the time lost under the influence of the Tsuneki clan. And once his mind is clear, begin to evaluate his feelings for Hinako. The two Hinakos express their feelings of a want for love, whether that comes from Kotayuki or something else entirely. The future is for Hinako to decide. With every pillar now covered, there's nothing left to do but let the numbers speak for themselves. Combining all of the scores together, silenthill F lands at 12.5 out of 24 for a 52% family resemblance. It didn't work. Not the way I hoped it would. And I really did try. Running every pillar, every metric, every justification I could give the game. The numbers came out clean. The resemblance is there. It's a Silent Hill game. The truth is, I didn't like Silent Hill F. Not even a little. I hated it. And I hated that I hated it. I felt so guilty about how I felt. After waiting so long. Ungrateful, stubborn, stuck in the past. It was opening an old wound that I'd forgotten was there. As a kid, I loved Zelda more than anything. It was my world, the story, the atmosphere, the feeling. And then one day, it just changed. It wasn't Zelda. Not in the way I knew it. Everyone loved it, praised it, the new and improved. But all I could see was a monster wearing its skin, a familiar shape with a different soul. And that hurt, that confusion. Silent Hill F brought all of that back. So I tried to swallow it, pretend it didn't matter. Pretend a kind of acceptance I didn't feel at all. But the harder I pushed the feeling away, the sharper it was. Two sides in opposite directions. The push and pull of love and resentment. The part of me that wanted to reject, and the part that begged me not to. And that's why I decided to write this essay. Not to prove anything, not to argue, just to try and understand the ache, to trace the outline and try and make sense of it. There were days I was angry, days I felt remorse, days I wondered if any of this even mattered. But slowly, quietly, the writing helped. The two sides of how I felt could talk without tearing each other apart. It wasn't Silent Hill. It walked, talked, looked like it, but it wasn't. They slapped a name on it to generate more sales. It wouldn't have survived without it. Fog, flower, Do whatever you want. I knew the truth. I knew that it wasn't. And yet, at the same time, it was. It was never about the town, the fog, the cult. It was always about humans. Flawed, fragile humanity. It was always both. It is and it isn't. And somewhere along the way, as I tried to understand my hatred, I realized I was mourning the part of myself, still believing things could stay the same forever. But nothing stays like that. Not games, not stories, not people. Sometimes it's better to be happy they exist, even if they change shape, even if they grow, even if they make mistakes along the way. Because holding on too tightly only hurts in the end. You start confusing what something is with what you needed it to be. You start mistaking the memory for the thing itself. And maybe that's what hurt the most. I wanted it to stay still, to stay mine. But nothing in that town has ever stayed still. It changes shape depending who walks into it. The numbers don't matter. They never did. They couldn't tell me why I felt angry or why I felt guilty because of that. I just wasn't ready for it, for change. Silent Hill didn't betray me. It simply moved on. And somewhere along the way, so did I.